CEO of the Old Schoolhouse magazine, and I am pleased to be your host tonight for this wonderful event. As you can see on your screen, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers for you tonight. I know it's going to be a very encouraging evening. I'd like to start first off with a poll. We would like to take a poll of our audience tonight. And as you can see on your screen, the question, which statement best describes your experience in home education? So what we want you to do is take a look over on the right-hand side of your screen in the toolbar area where it says polls. If you'll click there, you can then make an answer. You can choose one of those that fits you. All right, we'll let everyone have a chance to mark their vote. All righty. At this time, I am going to turn the mic over to our owners and publishers, Paul and Gina Suarez, who will get us started tonight.
Thank you, Angela, and welcome everybody who's here. We are excited to have you here. This has been a webinar that we kind of put together a little bit last minute. As you all know, things have changed drastically for our country and really around the world in the last 3 weeks. And we're all kind of feeling it. And we have noticed, just as a company, you know, the Old Schoolhouse has been around for almost 20 years. And we've been just plugging along, and homeschooling is growing. It's been a really good experience for many families. But we have noticed the last 3 weeks, a lot of people coming our way asking questions about how can we do this homeschooling. We are now compelled to homeschool. We've got our children at home and we don't really know what to do. And so it's kept us on our toes. It's kept our staff on its toes for sure. And so we thought, let's pull something together, a free webinar where we can just invite anybody around the world to come and listen and be a part of hearing these wonderful speakers that we've got lined up for you. And these are speakers that you would hear and get to visit with at your state homeschool conventions. They are very well known, most of them. They are experts in their fields. They're going to really share a lot of great information with you tonight. And I think you're gonna come away from this refreshed and encouraged, and we hope that you will see that homeschooling is not as scary as maybe you once thought it might be. I'm going to turn this over to my husband, Paul Suarez. He is going to open us up in prayer, and we are going to get started with this evening.
Yes, well, I was going to say good evening, but I'm going to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, as we literally have individuals from all over the world listening in and being a part of this online homeschool event. We're glad to have you. Welcome. We have a lot to look forward to in this event, and I keep saying tonight because I'm on the East Coast here, so if I say that, you'll know why. But yeah, we have a lot to look forward to in this event tonight. Hopefully, all of your questions will be answered throughout the duration of this time. And we're glad to have you. We're really excited. We look at homeschooling not so much. It is about education, of course, no doubt, but it's much more than that. It's about discipleship. It's about really raising the next generation. And I, for one, can't think of anything more exciting and more worth investing our life into than to invest ourselves in the next generation. And so with that, we want to open up in prayer and invite God's blessing. And we definitely want to ask the Lord's blessing for each and every one of you who are listening in. So let's get on with that. And then I guess we will hand it back to you, Angela, if that's correct. Here we go. Dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful, Father God, for your mercy and your grace upon us, Lord. We are so grateful, Father God, for your provision, Lord. You provide all things for us, Lord. We are grateful, Father God, that you have called us to this, not just us who are staffers with TOS, Lord, or the speakers, Father God, but all of us, Lord, and who are a part of this event, Lord, whether speakers or techies behind the scenes, or whether we are among those, Lord, just listening in, trying to learn and trying to gain knowledge, Lord. We thank you, Father God, that you have blessed us, Father. We ask, Lord, your blessing now and this evening. We ask, Father God, that you would bless each and every speaker, Father. Be with them, Lord, I pray. I pray, Lord, that you would bless their message, bless their participation in this, Lord. Give them clarity of mind, Father God. And for those of us, Lord, who are listening in, Father, perhaps there are those here, Lord, that are veteran homeschoolers, or maybe there are those who are just beginning, or even those, Lord, who are not homeschooling, but perhaps considering it. They're maybe on the outside looking in, and out of curiosity, they have wandered into our audience, Lord. Whatever their situation, Lord, we ask, Father God, that you would bless them, Father. Give them a clear understanding of what it is to homeschool, Father. It's much more than education. It's about discipleship and about coming together as a family and raising up the next generation, Lord, not just to be better citizens of whatever community they live in, Father, but more importantly, Lord, to raise up the next generation, Father, to serve you and make a difference in their community, Lord, and in this time in history, Father. And now, Lord, bless our time, Father. We ask this, Lord, in Jesus' name. May you be glorified, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, Angela, back to you.
And thank you, Paul and Gina. Appreciate that so much. And again, I am so honored to be here tonight and to just be your host for the evening. Very excited about that. And we titled it Home Education. Am I really qualified? Well, it is our hope and desire that by the end of this evening, you're not only feeling that you are qualified, but that you'll know in your heart that you are the most qualified to teach your children. That's our goal. That's our hope and desire. And we, of course, want to thank our sponsors. First off this evening, CTC Math and Institute for Excellence in Writing. We're very happy to have you all tonight. And we'll be hearing from those two sponsors later on in the program. I do have just a couple of housekeeping items that I need to cover before we get to our first speaker. And a couple of those, first of all, if you have questions tonight, we have staff on hand that are ready and able to answer all of your questions. We just ask that you use the hand raise button that's in the top of your little toolbar there. And then we ask that you go to the questions part of the toolbar and type your questions in there, and we will get you answers for sure. So be sure and do that. And then I want to mention that I want you to all stick around because later on in the evening, we are going to be giving away a special coupon to a special link that will give you 3 months free for our schoolhouseteachers.com membership, which also includes a free magazine, our summer issue, which will be hot off the press first part of June. So we're really excited about that issue coming up. So like I said, be sure and stick around for that special link and that special code that you're going to need. That's only good for 48 hours after the webinar. So stay tuned in for that. So I think we are ready to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker of the night is Hal and Melanie Young, and they have been popular columnists in our e-newsletter, The Homeschool Minute, for many years and just wonderful friends of the old Schoolhouse. Hal and Melanie are the award-winning, best-selling authors of Raising Real Men, No Longer Little, and Love, Honor, and Virtue, and the hosts of the Making Biblical Family Life Practical podcast. They are publishers, writers, bloggers, and popular conference speakers internationally. They're internationally known for their Christ-centered focus and practical, real-life stories. They are the parents of 6 real boys, 5 of them which are grown, and 2 real girls. And they live in a noisy, messy happiness in North Carolina. Welcome, Hal and Melanie. It's so great tonight.
Hi,
Hi, thanks. We are so glad to be here. I'm Hal,
and I'm Melanie.
and we do appreciate the opportunity to speak with everybody here. Well, this session is just on that basic question: am I really qualified to teach my own kids? And one thing we got to say, like right up front, is this is not normal times for any of us. And several years ago, I was in charge of our state homeschool organization, and I got invited to a meeting of newspaper editors on the subject of alternative education coverage. And they were asking, what did I think about their coverage of homeschooling? And I said, well, one thing that you're missing is that homeschooling is individual, but it's not isolated. Okay. And that was a point that they were totally missing out on. But the fact is, right now, we're isolated, and that's not
Everybody's isolated.
that's not normal for homeschooling. Okay. So you shouldn't, if you are what we would call an accidental homeschooler, you should not feel any self-judgment if you feel overwhelmed and lonely and uncertain, because
We all do.
yeah, we all do right now. Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't judge your ability to homeschool based on what's going on right now,
Mhm.
because the whole world is under stress.
Well, I'm under stress.
I'm under stress.
Okay.
You
The kids
know,
are under stress.
And because of that, we're all distracted.
Mhm.
I keep getting distracted from what I'm doing to go look and check the news, see what's going
Yeah.
on.
Mhm.
Our kids are distracted. They can't focus because they're wondering, will they ever see Granny again?
Right. Yeah.
And how you like to say
Mhm.
that stress is like water. It finds every crack in your character.
Well, it does.
It
And,
does. And when we're under stress, we're not so good at keeping the mask on,
Mhm. Right.
It's harder to come across as nice people.
Well, I think
We're
we're
all cranky and
well,
irritable.
I'm
and,
not.
Well, I'm not
Keep
cranky.
that good. I'm
It's
not
all
cranky.
you. You're making me
It's your
cranky
fault.
with that.
Yeah. Don't you put that on me. Yeah. We
Yeah.
are all, just recognize we're not ourselves right now. Okay. None of us are.
Yes.
So let's work through this. We've all got cabin fever, and I think it's kind of weird because in our household we've been homeschooling like since the dawn of time, and we work
Since dinosaurs
from home.
walked the earth.
Yeah, really. So and we work from home. You think, oh, this ought to be a piece of cake for us, but you know what? It's not, because we go to church, we have
We
friends,
have history club. We have
we
sports.
run errands, and that's all shut down right now.
Instead, everybody has cabin fever.
Yeah.
Everybody's feeling antsy. And there's no classes, no co-ops, no field trips. There's no distractions other than all the bad stuff going on.
Mhm.
And everybody's going crazy right now. And so if you're feeling like if you got ordered to homeschool, your kids sent home and they have 50 Zoom meetings a day and you've got to keep it all organized, who's doing what, and do their work. One of my friends who has kids who are homeschooled and kids who are in public school said, this is the worst of both worlds.
Oh, gosh.
That it's the worst of both worlds, and everybody feels that way.
Okay.
So don't judge your qualification to homeschool based on how you're doing right now, because none of us are doing that great.
No. Okay. So one thing people will ask is, well, don't I need some sort of special qualification or training or certificate to really be effective teaching my children?
Well, one of my friends shared a note that the school district sent home
Mhm.
just last week, and it
Yeah.
said, parents should not be trying to teach their children. Leave that to the professionals. I was like,
Wow.
what? But
Wow.
didn't you teach them how to walk?
Yeah, don't we teach them
How to
all
speak
kinds of,
English?
yeah, we teach them all sorts of things just normally. And you know what? There's been research done on this, because you want to see, when you got all these extra qualifications and things added on to people for career purposes,
You say, does it make a difference?
does it make a difference? Well, you know what? Researchers have found over and over again, it doesn't make near the difference anybody claims. Like Dr. Eric Hanusek did a research study. Actually, he did a meta study of like 113
It's
different
113
different
studies.
pieces of research
Studies
on
that
educational level of the teachers.
Right, how the educational level of the teacher affected
Mhm.
the success of the child academically.
And like 85% of the studies that he looked at found there was no correlation, that would say, well, this teacher has more certificates, therefore they have better student outcomes. They didn't find that.
Now, what got me is in the other 15% where they
Yeah.
found a correlation,
Uh-huh.
about half of them showed, yes, there was a positive correlation. Better educated
Mhm.
teachers
Mhm.
produce better educated students. But in the other half of that 15%,
Mhm.
they found a negative correlation that better educated
Wow.
teachers produce less educated students.
Wow. Okay.
So, the research shows it doesn't make a
In
difference.
fact, over 50 years of research, this was highlighted by Dr. Sam Peavy.
Yeah.
Over 50 years of research has just simply not found a convincing correlation that more certificates make for better teaching.
It doesn't. Well, the studies that were really interesting to me, Hal,
Mhm.
one done by Dr. Jake Straw, Dr.
Mhm.
J.F. Jake Straw,
Right.
he looked at homeschool families.
Mhm.
And he looked at homeschool families where one of the parents was a certified teacher
Mhm.
and homeschool families where they weren't. And he
And
found
what
there
did he
was
find?
absolutely no difference in the students' performance on standardized testing. None.
Mhm.
Zero.
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Brian Ray did a study, and this was even more interesting. He compared the educational success of kids to their parents' educational level.
Okay.
So he said, how do the children of people with doctorates, people with masters, people with bachelor's degrees, people with high school education, people without a high school education,
Mhm.
how do their children compare?
Mhm.
No correlation.
No correlation at all.
No
huh?
correlation. The better educated parents did not produce significantly better results than the parents without a strong education.
Mhm.
And that was a real surprise even to me.
Mhm.
I knew that people could be successful who didn't have a big education. One of the best homeschool moms I've ever known
Mhm.
was a dropout.
Yeah.
But she educated herself teaching her kids.
Mhm.
There just isn't a correlation. And so if there's not, you may be asking, well, if a teaching degree or
Mhm.
certification doesn't make a difference in my kid's performance, what does? What do you need? What qualifications do you need to homeschool?
Well,
So
this
let's
may
talk
be a
about that.
surprise, because the qualifications that you need are not the academic qualifications so much as they are. Well, let's just talk about a few of them. How
Well,
about start with commitment?
you need commitment. You need commitment, but who cares about your child more than you do?
Well, you know what?
Does the school?
You know
Does
what?
the government?
No, they
Now, I know
don't.
your kids may have the best teachers in the world,
Yeah,
but they don't love them more than you do.
that's true. And you know what? That love means that you are going to do whatever it takes to help your child succeed. If they have a problem, you're going to try to find the help for them. If they need some change, you're going to try to bring that change about. If you need to set aside extra time, you're going to do what it takes to get things done because you love that child so much and you want that child to succeed. You're the parent. And you know what? Even the Supreme Court has recognized that the parent is just presumed to have the best interest of the child at heart. Isn't that the truth? Sure it is. So that commitment is something that's really necessary to have an effective educational relationship.
And the research does show
Mhm.
that the kids who have the highest academic success, regardless of where they're educated, are the ones with the most involved parents.
Mhm.
Because that parental involvement, nobody cares more if your child is prepared for life than the one who's going to ache to see them struggle, right?
Well, I think the Department of Education said that back in the 60s in their studies. They said, you know what, the key thing which predicts a student success is going to be the family.
Yes.
It's not going to be the school. It's going to be the family.
You
Okay,
know,
so what else?
Okay, something else you need in
Mhm.
order to homeschool successfully is time.
Well, we got that on our hands right now.
Well, it takes time,
Yeah.
Hal, to do the research, choose the curriculum, to plan it, to teach it, to answer the kids' questions. It does
Well,
take time.
Yeah, but a lot of folks are saying like, "Ooh, this month suddenly we're homeschooling. I don't have a year to think about
Well, I will
this."
tell you this, it takes less time though than getting your kids to all these Zoom meetings and helping them with all their homework.
Okay.
Truth, okay?
Well, you know what? The thing about it is that you need some sort of plan. They say if you don't know where you're going, you'll end up somewhere else.
But you
But
don't have to plan it though like you were planning a classroom, like, oh, at
Yeah.
10:15 a.m.
It's 5 minutes from now, we're going to do.
because
it's
you
not like
can,
that.
you're in charge. And so if you have a busy day and you don't get everything done today, you can catch up tomorrow or next week. You know, you're in charge of it. So the time is more yours to plan. Like when I plan what we're going to do, I plan what I want to accomplish this week. I don't plan it any more carefully than that, because some days just aren't going to go well.
And some days you'll do
And
extra.
some days we'll just rocket through it. And so, you know, we loosely plan.
Well, the flexibility is a key benefit, and I'm sure they're going to talk about that later. But
Yeah.
you know, the thing of it is, you know, that you have the flexibility to plan in a way that works for your family. And if your family needs it every 15 minutes planned, that's your family. But maybe your family doesn't have to be that rigid. And there's not
If we planned every
one.
15 minutes, I would go insane.
Well, there's not one right way to do this. Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like a lecture.
Mm-mm.
That was hard for me to understand, because when I first heard about homeschooling, well, this is a good illustration. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was at a homeschool group meeting one time.
Right.
Back when I was a homeschool group leader, this was many years ago.
Yeah.
And a mom walked in and she looked terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really concerned, because this is one of the moms who was a longtime teacher and had just brought her 4 kids home.
A certified professional.
Certified professional.
That should be a piece of cake, right?
Well, so she thought.
Mhm.
I came over and I sat down. I'm a good homeschool group leader. I said, "So how's it going, honey?" And she said, "I'm dying. It's taking us 15 hours a day. I'm dying. How do you do it with 6 kids?" We have 8, but we had 6
it's
then.
6 at the time. Yeah.
She said, "By 4, I'm just dying." And I said, "Well, tell me about your homeschool day." And she said, "Oh, well, see, I went to the school board and I bought desks for each of my children, and I set up a chalkboard, and it's just like school. It's so awesome. And I get them all sitting in the desk, and we say pledge allegiance to the flag, and then I teach the first math lesson, then I teach the second math lesson, then I teach the third math lesson, then I teach the fourth math lesson, and then we all sit there while they do their seat work, and it's taking forever." I said, "Let me tell you what our day looks like."
Uh-huh.
And I said, "Well, we all get up and then we have chores to do before breakfast. And then we have breakfast and then we gather together and we do devotions together. We worship the Lord together.
Mhm.
And then once our attitudes are all right, the devotions help that, then I give everybody a list of what they need to do that day." And the big kids, they make their own list, but they go, and the big kids will go work on things. They come to me when they have questions, or like if I've said, "Talk to me after you read this chapter."
Mhm.
And the young children, I sit them down next to me, and I'll give one something to work on by himself while I'm teaching the other, and then trade, give that one something to work on and while I work with this one. It's kind of like, it's a little bit like juggling, but it's really interesting because, you know, what I'm doing changes all the time,
Well,
but it's intermittent too. Because, you know, I work from home in our
Right.
family business.
yeah.
And while the kids are working, I can be working too. Then when they come up with a question, I answer the question. You know, it doesn't take full-time 100% focus. And by lunchtime, everybody but the very oldest high schoolers are done.
Well, I mean, think about your days in school. I mean, how much time did you spend riding on the school bus, waiting for the school bus to pick you up, walking through the hallways, changing classes, going to some assembly to hear administrative stuff and all that? I mean, there's lots and lots of time that's in the school calendar, which may be unavoidable delay, but it's delay. And you know what? You don't have to deal with that. If you were, and you know, here's an important distinction too. You know, what that teacher was doing, she was doing school at home.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as homeschooling. Home education doesn't look like classroom education. And that's one of the reasons that it works
Well,
so
it's
well.
not like a lecture,
No.
because, you know, if I'm teaching a classroom, I've got to lecture them, and I've got to explain things a bunch of different ways
Mhm.
so that everybody gets it. But if you're teaching your child and they get it the first way you describe it, you don't have to do the extra ones.
Mhm.
And so it's a lot more efficient. Now, if you explain it 5 different ways, they don't get it, you can explain it 10 different ways till they do get it.
Yeah.
And kids become more self-directed too. Just they love their independence.
Yeah.
They work on their own.
Mhm.
And hey, they will thank you for that when they get to college.
Well,
Because ours have.
Ours
Yes.
have. Yeah.
They've said, "Mom, thank you so much for teaching me to learn on my own, because the kids around me are drowning. And I'm doing well because this is I had to manage my work at home.
Yeah, now do not expect thanks from your 10-year-old.
Won't happen.
No, but that is something when they grow up, they look back and they say, you know what, that was a good lesson. I appreciate that. Yeah.
So you do need time. It does take time and energy and effort.
It will
but
take some.
Probably not as much time as you're imagining. It definitely doesn't take as long as school does.
Mhm. Okay, you know what? You're not going to know everything.
And so part of being qualified is knowing to seek help and when to seek help.
And now, see, here is a really good thing. You may not realize this if you're just new to this whole idea, is that there is a world of information that's available and materials that are available. And particularly, there are curricula that are written specifically for homeschoolers. Now, how is that different? Well, one of the things that's different about it is they understand the way that homeschoolers work and understand that you know what, you can talk to these older kids as if they're intelligent beings and let them learn from the book. You know what, you can give them a teacher's manual that doesn't assume that you've got a master's degree in a subject matter.
Right. A curricula written for homeschoolers doesn't assume you've got a degree in the subject, and so it holds your hand more. And this is really cool. That means if in the subject you hate, the subject you're scared of, you can buy a curriculum that tells you what to say and do, and that gives you the manipulatives and tells you what to do with them, and you can come across as an awesome teacher and with zero experience. Like, always buy the answers manual.
Yeah.
You know, always buy the part that tells you how to work out the problems.
Yeah, you don't get extra credit for doing all the homework yourself. And that's, you know what?
And it doesn't have as much busy work, because in a classroom, a teacher, those kids that finish the work in 5 minutes, she's got to keep them busy while she helps the kids who need extra help.
But if your kid gets it, then you turn the page and go on. You don't have to keep
do 8 worksheets.
I'm sorry, we've got to use up the last 18 minutes of class here before we can start the new subject. No, you just go on, okay? And so, you know, those things are there. And the fact that there are so many resources, you know, whether they are published resources, online resources, DVDs, all the rest of that kind of stuff. If you are an English major and the idea of teaching algebra terrifies you, there's curricula that will basically self-teach it.
Yeah, subjects that you hate, not in the subjects you love.
Well, if you're an art major, you're going to teach art. If you've got nothing but a grease pencil and a paper bag, you're going to do it. But
you're going to be tempted to go buy the expensive curriculum that has the DVDs and all the art supplies and everything. On the other hand, if you're a science major like me, you're going to want to spend your money on science, even though you teach science walking outside. Instead, you need to look at that subject that you're cringing about, the one that don't really want to teach, and that's where you spend your money. Get the fancy pants curriculum that'll teach you to do everything in the subject you hate. Okay.
And you know what? And there, honest to goodness, there's some subjects you can learn right alongside with your kids. Several years ago, we had the opportunity for the whole family to go to China. Whoa! And so what? You know what? We all learned Mandarin together. Guess what? I didn't speak Chinese.
I didn't speak Chinese.
No, but we learned it the old time-tested method of using, well, they weren't language records at that time. They were tapes and then CDs. But there's ways that you can all learn together and emerge on the other end, all of you smarter. Isn't that great?
And so you need to ask for help. So another way to ask for help is homeschool conventions, homeschool groups, homeschool magazines.
Well, we can't go to conventions right now.
You can go to conventions online just like this, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
But what you need to do is learn from others' experience. See, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You heard Melanie's story about the lady who was trying to do school at home. You can say, hey, I'm not going to do that. We can learn from other people's experience. We can get advice. We can say, I cannot figure out how to teach my child this concept. And somebody say, hey, we struggle with that. Let me tell you how we did it. You can make new friends that are homeschooling too. You can get encouragement on those days where everything's coming unglued. You know, so get out and get involved. Now, you can't get out of the house right now. Okay?
But you can get out online.
But you can get out online and get involved.
Yeah.
You know, the old Schoolhouse magazine's full of wisdom. You've got a local homeschool group. You've got a state homeschool group. There's conventions. Get plugged in, because that's one way that you'll get help, that you'll gain new ideas, that you'll get new experience. And yes, somebody points out in the chat, homeschooling is legal in all 50 states, and there are different requirements, but none of them are things that you're going to have a hard time meeting. Okay. also take advantage of co-ops and classes and online courses and DVDs. Again, right now we're a little limited. We've got to do it online, but there's tons of stuff online.
Mhm.
But when that's over, there are local homeschool co-ops and classes. There's sports teams that you can be involved in. There's a ton of things you can do. So it's not like you have to know it all going into it.
Mm-mm.
Well, you know how I hated history. Now,
Now, I have a hard time understanding
I
that, but
know
go
because
ahead.
now I love history.
Wow.
All right. And so he's just dumbfounded by that. But when we started, I was pretty intimidated because I had a bunch of horrible history teachers, with one exception. If she's watching, I do accept you from that. I had a bunch of horrible history teachers that made it seem like a crashing bore.
Mm.
And it wasn't until I started homeschooling my own children and studying history with them that I was, oh my goodness, there's so many interesting stories out here, so much fascination,
Mhm.
so many great resources. We had a blast.
Well, I started reading some books that I had avoided or skipped over during my formative years when our kids were the age they needed to be reading it. And so, that was a time again where I was learning maybe just ahead of the students, and I thought, wow, this is fantastic. I wish I'd gotten it earlier. Well, now's the chance. Okay, that's the thing. The help is out there, and so you don't need to wait on. You don't need to wait around saying, I can't figure this all out on my own. You don't
You don't
need
have
to.
to. And you know
No.
what? If you're starting a few years before that time that really panics you, you can look and say, oh, I can't do algebra 2. I never understood it. But see, the thing is, by the time you do algebra 2, you will have done kindergarten math and first grade math and second grade math and third grade math and fourth grade and fifth grade and sixth grade and seventh grade and eighth grade math and
Mhm.
pre-algebra and algebra 1 several times each probably.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a piece of cake. For one thing, you're not going to be distracted by the guy sitting next to you.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing about that is, if you're just starting out right now, your main goal is let's get through the rest of this year and make a decision about the year coming up. You don't need to worry about teaching calculus to your 10-year-old right now. You're just trying to get through the next few months. And you know what? Once you get your feet under you, you may find you like this a lot better than you expect.
Now, something else you need to be qualified to homeschool is relationship.
Mhm.
Did you know that people learn better in relationship? It's true.
Well, I mean, that's how did Jesus train the disciples? He didn't say, okay, you need to go online and download the study guide, and then we're going to have a Zoom meeting about this. You know what? He gathered them around him and he lived with them. And there was a relationship of love and respect going in both directions there. And that's where you learn the most when you connect with that teacher, that favorite teacher back in your high school years or in college. You remember there was something that made you appreciate that teacher, that you connected. It wasn't because he had the best grading system. It wasn't because he was the one with the sharpest tongue, but rather it was something that you respected and admired, and you felt that he respected you as a student in return. And you know what? That relationship is such a critical thing, and I think that really predisposes you to success as a home educator.
It does. I think it does because that relationship, that connection. Well, it makes sense how. Because I remember reading this research um, when I was studying language learning,
Mhm.
that emotion tells your brain to pay attention. This is important because if you think about it,
Mhm.
if I'm trying to figure out how to do something and I'm feeling a lot of emotion, maybe my life might depend on it. And so that tells your brain, remember this.
Mhm.
And so if you have connection with the one you're learning from, that increases the emotion in your brain. It's going to make your brain say, better pay attention.
Mhm.
And so that connection is super important. And
I think it's worth noticing that in the scriptures, in the Bible, there's always the presumption that the parents are going to teach their kids. When you see in Deuteronomy chapter 6, when Moses is summing up the great law of God that's been handed down to them, and he says, I'm giving you these commandments, and you shall teach them diligently to your children, and you shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. You know what? That's not a classroom. That is, you're not sitting down and lying down and rising up in a classroom. That is lifelong, day long, round the clock learning from those that you're most related to. And I think that there's that presumption. So God has already qualified you to teach your kids.
yes, he
You know,
commands you to. And relationships relationship, though, is one of the biggest advantages of homeschooling, Hal.
Mhm.
Now, that's both good and bad because one of the reasons that homeschooling is good for your relationships is you can't avoid dealing with the issues.
Ooh, yeah, and
We're all
that's
finding that out right now,
well,
right?
okay. Yeah, let's be real honest about it. That if you've got a kind of sketchy relationship with one of your kids, but you can drop them off for that bus stop in the morning, and you know that you've got 7 or 8 hours apiece before you have to deal with them again,
And then the teacher
and the
puts
teacher
them on
does
the
the
bus
same
and
thing.
says,
The teacher said,
glad they're gone.
"Yeah, I'm going to kick that can down the road until tomorrow." But you know what? When you're home all day long, you have an opportunity. Let's look
Yeah.
at it as the blessing it is. You got an opportunity to work through some issues in your own family relationship. And guess what? Sometimes it's not the kids that have the issue. Sometimes it's us, and we need that practice too.
Yeah.
So, recognize you do have an opportunity. Let's embrace it and make the most of it. And in this time, you've got an enforced time, but that's a time that you can build not just to repair things, but also to build new things, to build good things, to build memories, to build a long stand. And you know what? People pointed this out to say, your kids are not going to think so much about the Zoom meetings. They're going to think about what was it like being home all day long with mom and dad. That's going to be the thing that stands out in their mind, the relationship, the thing that happened, the dynamics in your household and around your kitchen table while they were home during this time of emergency.
Well, we have an opportunity here to take that time to build. That if we're having the kind of day that everything's falling apart, we can put the schoolwork aside and deal with that. Like, Hal,
Hmm.
do you remember the times you'd ask me where I wanted to eat dinner? Do you remember?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd
so
come home
Hal
from work.
used to,
Yeah.
okay, now we work together, work from home. It used to be Hal worked downtown in our capital city, and he would come home
Sometimes I'd come home and I'm feeling expansive and happy, and I'd say, "Honey, where would you like to go for dinner?"
I'd like to go by myself.
Oh, really? Has it been that kind of day?
It's been a horrible day.
How bad?
It's been awful, Hal. Don't even ask me about school. We are dumber now than we were when we got up this morning.
Ooh, that's bad.
And the house, today we were going to clean house because your mom's coming tomorrow. I know, it looks horrible.
I didn't say
It's an
anything.
awful day. You know what? I spent all day long disciplining and counseling kids.
Right.
This child had a meltdown. I'm working with him. Then this one has a meltdown. I have to put this one aside. Go deal with that child. And then that child has, while I'm dealing with him, two of them have a fight in the other room. I gotta break up the fight, find out the toddler's in the pantry, and has dumped out all the ketchup.
Oh my.
It was a complete waste. The day was a complete waste. Or so I thought.
Because it really wasn't.
It really wasn't. Because see, now we have adult kids.
Hmm.
And those days that I thought were complete waste, that we got no schoolwork done, no housework done, nothing but discipline and counseling and stuff all day long, those were actually the most profitable days we had as parents.
Well, because that's what built the character of the adults that those kids had become.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads into the next thing, because you know what? You've got the opportunity here to disciple your kids in a way that maybe you've never embraced before. Recognize God did not elect you to parent because you're the smartest and best looking in the neighborhood, but rather he chose in his loving sovereign will, he gave you those kids, and they gave those kids to you, the parent, in a pairing that came from heaven. Okay, he's got his own purposes, and he didn't command you to teach them spelling, but he did command you to teach them the character, to teach them to walk in his ways, to know and to love God.
Well, in Genesis 18:19, it says that the Lord says that he chose Abraham because he would teach his children after him. He would teach his household. And the Lord made you their parent and told you to teach them. And maybe not spelling, but spelling opens the door for you to teach them other things. But this was something that it was hard for me to realize, because we've had some real crises. Hal had stage 4 cancer at one point. I've had bed rest pregnancies, Lyme disease. And
we had a child in ICU for weeks and weeks.
And so many times I think, I haven't done all the schoolwork I had planned to do. I'm a failure. And I had to stop and realize God knew. He knew the trials we go through. He knew about this coronavirus. And he chose me to be these children's mother, despite these trials we go through. for a purpose.
Mhm.
That God is not whimsical, but maybe he had something different for my kids to learn than I planned. Maybe his curriculum for our kids is different than mine.
Well, we don't sign up for that class, but you know what? We have seen this again and again as we've gone through different challenges in our family. And so we can say right now, we're all in a challenge situation, but good things are going to come from it.
And discipling makes homeschooling easier. How?
Well, that's the character issues when they learn obedience.
They learn diligence, they
they-
learn to get their schoolwork and their chores done.
They learn to simply love learning, to love knowledge.
You know, that's really big, because if you give them those basic tools of learning, if you teach them to read and write and do math well, they can teach themselves anything if they love to learn.
And so those character lessons make home education easier. But by the same token, when you have chosen or you have it given to you to teach your kids at home, that is regaining all kinds of time and attention to make the discipleship easier.
Well, it gives us the freedom. If they're
Mhm.
reading one of their textbooks, we're having a lesson, they say, Mama, wait, this doesn't sound like what the Bible says. I can explain it to them. We can look it up.
Right?
We can give them the apologetics.
Mhm.
You know, if they snap off or they have a question and I can deal with the character right then,
Mhm.
homeschooling gives me the freedom and the time to disciple.
And you know what? That is so critical. That is one of the greatest benefits of homeschooling. And I'm sure they're going to talk about that some later.
Well,
but-
we'll see, because discipleship is founded in relationship.
Mhm.
Discipleship is teaching the student to be like the master, and that's a little scary. It means we need to become what we want our kids to become.
Yeah.
But it's also an enormous opportunity, because it's founded in relationship and nobody loves them like we do.
Yeah.
You know, you are qualified to teach your children.
That's just it. I mean, like we said, nobody loves your kids like you do. Nobody is committed to your kids like you do. Nobody is more certain to seek out the help that your children particularly need for their individual success. Nobody else better than you as the
And
parents.
relationship and discipleship is made easier by homeschooling.
Mhm.
And your kids need you more than they need anybody else on the planet, no matter what their qualifications are. Your kids need you, and you are qualified to teach them.
You know, you can do this. If God has given you this task, and you know what, Jesse, He has, God will give you what you need. You know, in Hebrews chapter 13, it says, and a little bit of an ellipsis here, that now the God of peace equip you with everything good, that you may do His will, working in us that which is pleasing in His sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be the glory forever and ever.
Now, it's hard when you're just listening to me to be able to do as well. And, you know, if homeschooling is a fantastic way to build relationship and discipleship with our kids, then surely the God will give us what we need to be able to do it. And He's done that for us.
And you know what? We've got 8 kids, and 5 of them we have homeschooled from the beginning. All of them we homeschooled from the beginning. But we've graduated 5. They've gone on to college. They've gone on into adult life, and
They
they're
are-
succeeding.
They're good and godly people. They're successful adults, and they are our best friends. We have a great relationship with them. And you know what? I'm not some superwoman.
Mhm.
I fail a lot.
Mhm.
But God is super. God is amazing. And He will stand in the gaps for you. He will help you to do what He wants you to do. He will qualify you. And you know what? It is worth it. It is so worth it. Because when you see those kids walking with Jesus when you can't make them anymore, when you see
Mhm.
when they long to call you and to come home and visit you, that relationship and discipleship, man, it's worth every bit of the math lessons and the teaching long division for the 8th time right now,
Mhm.
or anything else. It's worth it. Now, we have a freebie for you. It's time for us to go, but we have a little freebie for you. If you go to our website, which is raisingrealmen.com/startwell, we have 5 cool free downloads for you.
Mhm.
And also some great deals and discounts on our character building audiobooks, up to 50% off.
Mhm.
And our Craftsman Crate, our subscription box that teaches our teens real hands-on skills,
Mhm.
teaches them to do real things. And so go to raisingrealmen.com/startwell. We have resources for not just parents of boys, but parents of girls too, because after our 6 boys, God gave us 2 girls.
Okay, and you can find us on our website at raisingrealmen.com or
All over social
so-
media at Raising Real Men.
and
And our podcast is hallandmelanie.com/radio. Thank you so much. May the Lord give you the grace that you need, the determination and the courage you need to teach your children at home.
Thanks.
Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Helen. Melanie, that was wonderful. I so enjoyed that. I tell you, I love the comment that they made. Stress is like water. It finds every crack in our character. Wow, I just love that. And I just have to laugh at Melanie. Get the fancy pants curriculum in the subject that you hate. That's where you spend your money. I love that. So much great advice from them. What a wonderful way to start our evening. All right, well, we're gonna turn our focus now to the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and they have been such a blessing to homeschoolers all over our country, and they have around the world as well. And we're so thrilled tonight to have Dan Beasley with us. As an HSLDA staff attorney, Dan assists homeschooling families and advocates for homeschooling in 13 states. He regularly corresponds with school officials, college admission staff, and government agencies regarding the legalities and effectiveness of homeschooling. He also analyzes and tracks legislation related to homeschooling and occasionally represents homeschool families in court. After being homeschooled through high school, Dan went on to earn a Juris Doctorate from Oak Brook College of Law and a master's degree in applied biblical studies from Moody Bible Institute. Dan worked for HSLDA as a legal assistant while in law school, but after graduation, he gained experience practicing law at a small consumer protection law firm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He returned to HSLDA to serve as a staff attorney in 2015. Dan and his wife, Bethany, also a homeschool graduate and a photographer, are homeschooling their 4 children. So Dan, we want to welcome you. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. It's great to be with you all. I hope you glean from that introduction 3 things. One is that I'm a homeschool graduate. The second is that I'm a homeschool advocate as a staff attorney here at HSLDA. And finally, that I'm a homeschool dad. So I've lived the homeschooling experience as a student, kindergarten through 12th grade. And I'm interacting with homeschooling families on a daily basis and regularly encountering legal issues that are directly related to homeschooling. And then I'm also doing it at home. My wife does most of the teaching, but Tuesday evenings are the day where I fill in and help teach the kiddos at home. And so it's been a rewarding experience. We love homeschooling. And looking back, I just want to start out by saying I'm so grateful to my parents for the sacrifices that they made to teach me at home. Just real briefly, my mom was actually working as a physical therapist. And when she decided that with my dad, when they both decided that they wanted to homeschool, and she decided to stay home and to teach me and my 8 siblings at home. And I knew then a little bit. I was generally grateful for the education experience that we were receiving, but even more now, I'm grateful to my parents for teaching me at home. So today, though, my goal is to provide you with some guidance. Maybe you're in response to the COVID-19 situation, thinking about homeschooling when you haven't thought about it much before. Maybe you're thinking about transitioning from public school to homeschool. I want to help those who are thinking about making that transition and provide guidance on exactly what you need to do. Or maybe you have started homeschooling, or you have friends who are in that position. We're going to talk about the basics of transitioning from public school to homeschool, and really kind of the basics on what is required to homeschool. And I hope that you'll leave feeling encouraged, feeling confident, feeling empowered that you can do this. If this is the best choice for your family, I certainly don't want fear or uncertainty to prevent you from making that decision to homeschool. And I also want you to know for sure that we at HSLDA are here to support you in your homeschooling journey should you choose it that's best for your child. So we live in very interesting times, in uncertain times with the COVID-19 situation and social distancing. And it has kind of thrust homeschooling into the national spotlight in some ways. I see many memes and tweets about homeschooling from parents who sort of consider themselves to be homeschooling. I wrote down a couple that I liked. One was, for your information, I'm not talking to myself. I'm having a parent-teacher conference. Another one was, homeschooling day one child is suspended and the other expelled. And then I like this one, no school day one, 7:15 a.m. We have puzzles, activity books, stickers. We'll get through this. 8:03 a.m. Google's boarding schools with no coronavirus. And then one of my favorites as well about the social interaction. Of course, I see all kinds of little folks wanting to poke fun at homeschoolers. Homeschoolers social distancing since 1983. We're good at this, right? So seeing all these memes and everyone saying, "Oh, you get to homeschool," and everybody gets to homeschool, and some of those are funny and we can laugh and all that. But I do want to make something very clear, and that's that there's a big difference between homeschooling and schooling at home, especially public schooling at home. So from a legal perspective, these are very different. Homeschooling on the one hand, schooling at home, or I'll refer to it as public school at home on the other hand. In both situations, of course, the children are home in the house and they're learning something, but from a legal perspective, very big difference there. So the first question we want to answer is really, am I homeschooling? Before we can even get to the question of what you need to do or what requirements might apply to you or whether the homeschool requirements specifically apply to you, I want to ask the question, are you homeschooling? If you're not homeschooling, if your children are in public school at home or something else, I'll talk about a couple different scenarios there to help you understand, then these homeschooling requirements specifically won't apply to you at all. So this is an important question before we get started. A couple of different categories. There are some schools across the country that are actually closed, right? That aren't expecting their children to do any work. Maybe some of the teachers are providing packets or providing some optional instruction, but there are some schools. It seems like this is a minority, but I don't know. There are some schools that are closed that don't have expectations for their students. That's one category. Another category is your schools are not open in the sense that children are not attending, of course, in light of the pandemic, but there is some kind of online learning or online instruction or packet of schooling that the students are expected to complete. And then the third category is parents who are teaching their children at home, and these are homeschooling parents. And so just to be clear, for the first two categories, if your schools are basically closed, if there's no expectation for the work that your children are supposed to do, or if your school has sent home work or there's an online learning taking place, in both of those scenarios, these homeschooling requirements don't apply, and you are really, you need to investigate what you're expected to be doing with your local school district. You can look at perhaps get some guidance from the governor's orders in some states, but you need to check in with the local school officials and determine what you're supposed to be doing. If you don't like what you're supposed to be doing, or if it's not going well, it's not providing flexibility, maybe you're thinking, look, the classroom setting isn't working well in my home, especially with trying to work from home, etc. Or, I don't like my child learning basically online 100% of the time. If you don't like the arrangement, you do have other options. You can homeschool, and we're here to help you do that. So know that, so if you're feeling trapped, if you're feeling frustrated, you do have alternatives. If you're, kind of planning to put the children back in public school or maintain the educational environment, private school in the fall, those are decisions that you need to make in light of your communication with your school district. But primarily what we're going to talk about next is what is going to apply if you want to start homeschooling on your own, start homeschooling from a legal perspective, not schooling at home in a public school at home kind of program. All right, and before I move on to that, one other note is that if your schools are closed from a legal perspective, you may not have a responsibility really to do anything. But again, that is something that you need to investigate based on your own local school's policy and any kind of truancy policies that your local district may be implementing during this time. So what if you're thinking, okay, I get it. I know what's expected of my students from their teachers, from their school. I want to do something different. I want to homeschool. Maybe you've already made that decision for other reasons. Let's talk about how you get started. What do you need to do to homeschool and make sure that you're meeting all of the legal requirements to homeschool? The first thing I'll say is that each state has its own homeschool law. So there are essentially 50 different homeschool laws in the US. And so, of course, I'm not going to be able to cover every state's law tonight in 25 minutes, but I do want to kind of give you an overview and point you in the right direction and show you exactly where you can find the information that you need to know exactly what you need to do. Okay, so the first step will be finding out what your state homeschool law is. If you're at your computer now and you can pull up a browser, you can do that, and you can type in www.hslda.org. That's www.hslda, like Homeschool Legal Defense Association.org. And on our homepage, there's a box that says state laws. You can click on that box, and it's going to show you. You can just then click on your state, and you'll get a real quick summary of the law in your state. There's a step-by-step guidance showing you exactly what you need to do. And I see someone posted the link. Thank you for that. So you can click on that link, click on your state laws page, and we'll step-by-step walk through what's required to homeschool. And if you haven't ever homeschooled before, you may be surprised at the amount of flexibility you have in homeschooling. When you're in the driver's seat, when you're getting to make those decisions for your students, there's quite a bit of flexibility in every state. In some states, there's more than in others, but in every state, you as the parent are in the position to be able to customize your child's educational experience, to be able to create a program that's best for your individual child. And it actually can look a little bit different for each child. You have that flexibility in every state. But just as an overview, most states do require some kind of a notice. About 39 of the states require some kind of a notice to your local school district or to state educational authorities, letting them know that you're going to be homeschooling. So if you're in a state that requires that, make sure that you want to prepare that notice. And then another thing that I recommend in every situation, if you're withdrawing a student from public school, is providing a formal notice of withdrawal to the school where your child is attending. So these are separate notices. One is a notice letting school officials, it may be to your local superintendent, it may be to the state, depending on the state. It may not be required at all. But where it is required, it's a separate notice letting them know that you're homeschooling or registering your homeschool with the state, whatever the case may be, a notice that you're homeschooling. That's separate from a notice of withdrawal. The notice of withdrawal, the letter of withdrawal, and for member families, for families who are members of HSLDA, we provide a form letter of withdrawal. You can also get one usually from school officials, although during this time that may be more difficult, but you want to make sure your local school knows that you're withdrawing the student from school to homeschool. So that's a notice of intent, a letter of withdrawal, two separate requirements there. Additionally, and by the way, on qualification, since we just talked about the question of am I qualified, in every state you're qualified if you have at least a high school diploma. A couple states have educational requirements for parents, but in the states that do, a high school diploma is all that's required. The majority of states don't have any, even a restriction on parents who may not have a high school diploma. So you are qualified as your child's parent to be able to teach them at home, to be able to provide them a program of instruction. As I hope you'll learn tonight, there are many resources available to assist you in that. And it starts with, from a legal perspective, sending a notice and sending a clear letter of withdrawal. Some states, many states, require some kind of an assessment at the end of the year. So that is something you'll want to think about if you file a formal notice, if you're starting a homeschool program now. You want to make sure that you're prepared to perform. You may be required to perform an assessment at the end of the year, even though it's a very short. It's going to be a very short year. Now, I will say now though, we've been tracking legislation and executive action in response to the COVID-19 pandemic that is waiving many of those requirements. So you'll want to check on our website on your state page, or contact our staff, our legal staff. If you're in a state and you're wondering, do I need to do an assessment? It may be waived for this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic for students who have to go out and get tested, or sometimes meet with a like a certified teacher or someone to sort of review the student's work to determine progress. Those kinds of meetings, I mean, that social interaction that would be against recommendations, and so many states are waiving those requirements. About half the states don't require a formal end-of-year assessment that has to be turned in, so you wouldn't have to test, you wouldn't have to go meet with someone. Some states do, though, require certain records. There are certain record-keeping requirements, so you may need to write up a progress report, you may need to keep some work samples in a file. You'll just need to make sure that you check in on your state's law to determine whether that applies to you. Really, though, in every case, I recommend that parents keep enough records just to be able to document that the child is learning or is completing schoolwork. I generally recommend having about 2 years of that on file for those of you who are homeschooling. Of course, now that you're just getting started, there's not going to be a lot of that. You know, so there's going to be a little more flexibility there getting going. Also, most states or many states require a certain subjects to be taught, or that instruction take place for a certain amount of time. In every state, though, there's flexibility. You don't have to follow the regular school schedule in terms of the hours where they're in school from 8 to 2 or whatever it is. You don't have to follow that, but you may be required to build up a certain number of hours over the course of your year. That may confuse you. You may be looking at the requirement going, okay, so I'm supposed to teach 900 hours this school year, and I've got 2 months to do it. Well, no, if they were in school for part of the school year, that would be prorated, so it would only be the remaining hours. And many, at least a few states, have waived even that requirement in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I hope you're picking up on the fact that there's a little bit of fluidity here. You probably should double check on what requirements may apply in light of the pandemic, but there are also a few things that are very clear. So let me just recount those for you to make sure that we're all on the same page. In every state has its own homeschool law, so you need to go to hslda.org and find out what the steps are that you need to follow. And then if you're in a state with a notice, you'll want to file that notice, I recommend, right at the same time as your letter of withdrawal, which would then go to the student's, the teacher, or the principal of the school where your child is attending, to make sure the school is on notice that they're being withdrawn. Beyond that, there's going to be some variance in terms of the number of hours, the subjects that would need to be taught, any assessment. It depends on the state, and even in states that normally require it, it may not apply to you this year. So check in for details on that. All that being said, you can do this. We're here to help you with individual requirements. So what about more practically, how do I get started with the actual learning process? Where do I start? Maybe you're thinking you're going to do this on your own. You don't have to do that. There are a lot of resources out there. Maybe you're thinking, I Googled resources and there are so many resources, I don't know where to start. Well, we have a couple of suggestions for you if you're in that position. And the first one is just to reach out to homeschoolers in your area. Meet some experienced homeschool moms and dads who've done this before, and they can suggest resources. We also have education consultants here at HSLDA who can help talk with you about what curriculum might be available. They can talk with you about exploring your educational approach, maybe your students' learning styles, things like that, that can kind of help you get started in the right direction in terms of actually putting your plan together. One of our consultants did it's like an 8-minute video on those first 3 weeks on getting started, and her first recommendation is one that I'll echo, is just take a deep breath. You can do this. It's going to be okay. We're here to equip you, though. We're not just here to say it's going to be fine. We're here to actually equip you with the knowledge, the information that can give you power, that can empower you to provide the best education for your child. So take a deep breath, meet some homeschoolers in your area, find out what they're doing, contact our education consultants, get some individualized recommendations, and begin to put together your plan. Now, the plan, it may be overwhelming. Maybe you're thinking, I'm not sure if I'm going to do this next year or not. Maybe you know that you are, but don't be overwhelmed at this stage. You can take it just a week or 2 weeks at a time as you're putting together your plan. And I talked with my wife briefly about this as well, Bethany, as she's a homeschooling mom. I said, what kind of advice would you give to people who are just starting out homeschooling, especially if they didn't have a lot of time to think about it? And her first thought was, give yourself grace. Give yourself some grace. And then her second point was focus on connecting with your child. And so it's okay during this time to realize that, look, this is new for everyone. There's a pandemic going on. We're all kind of stuck inside more so than we'd like to be. Use the time to create an emotional connection, to build relationships with your children. I will tell you from my experience, anecdotally, being homeschooled, the value, I give as much value to the relational aspect of homeschooling and to the practical lessons that my parents were able to teach through homeschooling, kind of through the homeschooling environment. I value those as much as I value the individualized instruction and the value that's there from the academic side. So relax, focus on building the relationship with your child. She also suggested getting advice from others who are further ahead of you. And she said, some days are going to be beautiful and some days you'll want to quit. And that's something I certainly saw as a homeschool student. It's certainly something I see in our own homeschooling. Some days are just very challenging. I heard some of the Hal and Melanie Young's talk earlier, and I heard them saying, some days are just not going to be great days, and that's okay. Don't beat yourself up on it, over it. And on the other side of the coin, celebrate the accomplishments that your child makes. This is going to be a new experience for them too. They may be excited about it, but they're going to, I'm sure, be stumbling along right with you. But when they do accomplish something great, celebrate that. Take the time to celebrate it. There's a saying that my wife and I love that's the days are long, but the years are short. And so if you really focus on the moment, building that connection with your child, I don't think you'll regret it down the road. So that's kind of a general overview of what to do to get started. You may need to think a little bit about whether you want to jump into this homeschooling thing for this year. Some of that's going to come down to probably what your school has assigned or how they're handling that. And we're here to help navigate these kinds of situations on an individual basis as well. Don't hesitate to reach out to us, and we'll provide as much assistance to you as we can. So how about some encouragement? I know that there are still some skeptics out there about homeschooling and does it work? And I've seen some negative articles out in the media about homeschooling, but Lindsay Burke of the Heritage Foundation recently did a survey with HSLDA and she reviewed the 38 most prominent studies on the academic outcomes of homeschool students. And the results of that survey were overwhelmingly positive. The conclusion was clear that homeschooling positively impacts the academic outcomes of homeschool students. Nearly all of the studies were very positive, and so, or a vast majority. And so, looking through those different studies, the conclusion was very clear that homeschooling is good for children. It does work. The Chronicle of Higher Education. Maybe you're thinking, well, what about college? Am I gonna? Maybe you've got a high schooler and you're thinking, am I gonna damage their chances of getting into college? Am I gonna hurt them in the long run? And the answer is no. The Chronicle of Higher Education has noted that actually this was over a decade ago, they tracked that over 700 colleges and universities had accepted homeschool students in the U.S. I'm sure it's much higher now. And some schools, according to Business Insider, Duke, Harvard, MIT, prestigious schools are actually specifically recruiting homeschoolers. And the author of this article in the Business Insider was quick to point out that it's not just the label of homeschooling that's causing them to be recruited, but it's the additional opportunities that parents are able to provide to their children that provide them with a really robust, unique educational experience. So on the college question, homeschool students are fully eligible for federal financial aid. They're eligible to get into the best schools in the country. That's not a concern. What about the military? The military, every branch of the armed services accepts homeschool graduates. You just need a diploma, a transcript, and proof of compliance with your state's homeschool law. our high school consultants here at HSLDA are here to help you with record keeping, putting together transcripts, especially in those high school years. So we're here to help you. If you're thinking about homeschooling, if you're thinking maybe this is something for you, you can reach out to us in advance before you start. We can help answer some of those questions, but just know that we're here to help you along the way. And I know that there are many homeschoolers in your area likely who are happy to help as well. And I hope that some of them are watching this as well to get some more information on reaching out to you or to your friends and those who are considering homeschooling. So just a quick story about a situation that I recently handled involving a withdrawal situation, and that was in the state of Georgia, where a homeschooling family had twins. And it was interesting that the educational program for these twins actually looked very different, because one of the twins had some severe special needs, the other one did not. And they were trying to get services with the public school. They were trying to work with the school. It ended up not working out well. They decided to just provide all of the services on their own at home and cut all ties with the school system. And when that happened, it caused the school to essentially retaliate. There was an acrimonious relationship. They ended up finding themselves in court on educational neglect charges. And we were able to represent this family. I was able to represent the family in court. I got to go down and meet with them. And I was just so encouraged to see this mom providing a wonderful, robust educational program for her children that looked totally different for each child, because it was respecting their unique goals, their strengths, their weaknesses, and we were able to get that case dismissed for the family. And it's one of the services that HSLDA provides. I know this may seem like a daunting task ahead if you're thinking about homeschooling, but we're here to help you, to empower you to focus on the academics and the learning and the relationships and so forth, and take care of the legal legwork for you. So if you're thinking about homeschooling, please check out hslda.org, check out the law, give us a call, let us help you along the way during this time. I don't see any questions, so that's all I have, and I hope that you all will enjoy the rest of the speakers this evening.
All right, thank you, Dan, so much. Wow, what powerful information we've been given. I'm thinking back over to just a few things he mentioned, that there's a big difference between homeschooling and schooling at home from a legal perspective. I had not actually considered that so much. And then just the fact that we can realize we do have options. And I love what his wife said, give yourself grace, take it a step at a time. That's just wonderful. So thank you, Dan. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. All right, I know there are some attendees who've joined us later on in the program, so I just want to recap really quick before I introduce our next speaker. I just want you to know that there will be links at the end of the webinar tonight. There will be a slide with all of the links to the different presenters so that you'll have that handy, so not to worry there. And then I wanted to mention too, if you do have a question throughout the presentation tonight, be sure and use the hand raise button. And then also in your toolbar to the right of your screen, if you will choose the questions area and post your questions there, we do have staff on hand to answer those questions for you. And another note is to stick around for the evening, because we do have a special giveaway later on where you'll receive a coupon code for a special link. And so want to stick around for that. I think that's all of the announcements that I have at this point. So we are so excited to have CTC Math as one of our featured sponsors for this evening. They have been a longtime partner and advertiser with the Old Schoolhouse magazine, and we're just thrilled to have Nadim El-Rahi with us tonight. And I want to introduce him to you. Nadim looks after all things CTC Math and has been working with the team for over 7 years. He has a college degree in math and economics. Nadim and his wife Tamara have been married 4 years and have 2 children, Emma, who is 3 years old, and Chloe, 1-year-old. He has an enormous passion for homeschooling, and great admiration for homeschool parents. And I want to personally thank you, Nadim, for your creative and innovative approach to meeting homeschooling needs, especially in the area of math. So now we're going to hear from Nadim, and I want to also mention, before I turn it over to him, that in the last minutes of his presentation, we're going to open that up for question and answer time. So please have your questions ready and get those posted in the questions area. And our very own Stephanie Hobson will be facilitating that time of question and answer. So, well, welcome, Nadim. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone that's listening for being here. I'm Nadim, I'm from CTC Math, and our goal really at CTC Math is to have a positive impact on as many homeschool families as possible. I'll be spending around 10 minutes talking about things that will help you during your homeschool day, specifically targeted at teaching math. So if you do have questions, please do save them at the end. And I'm super excited to share these useful tips that will hopefully make teaching math just that whole lot easier. But before I do so, I really want to thank the Old Schoolhouse team. We've been partnering with the Old Schoolhouse magazine with Paul and Gina, and I have a great relationship with Jamie as well and the entire team. We've been there with them since 2013 when we launched in the US, and I love and appreciate all their service and what they give to the homeschool community. So thanks, guys. So I thought we'd start with, how many days a week should we be teaching math? It's a common question that we often get. The best advice we would give is that it's better to do smaller amounts consistently than large amounts at irregular intervals. Yeah. So aim for 4 to 5 days a week, but keep it to 30 minutes to 1 hour, depending on the grade level. Some families might even want to do it 3 days a week. I wouldn't suggest anything less. And we all do have unique learners. We do have unique children, and we do have to attend to their unique needs. So please also be mindful that anything that I say today doesn't apply to everyone. There's no blanket rule when it comes to education. That's super important. What there there's some very common traits, and I'll be focusing on those. So please listen to the similarities and things that you think would apply to your children, and ignore anything that might not, because you as parents know your children best. It's important to really place your child in the correct grade level. Math is a building block. The foundation is super important. Any gaps could create to roadblocks in the future, and we find that this is the biggest this can be one of the biggest difficulties that children face when learning math. You know, they simply do not get it because there's earlier concepts that have been missed, or there's gaps in earlier education. We need to be really mindful of this, especially if we're moving from one curriculum to another, or if we're going from public school to homeschool. So how do we really go about this? How do we solve this? Well, there are placement tests out there. They're great, they're fantastic, but some placement tests can give a false idea of where the children are really at. It's very difficult to assess a child using a 1 hour or even a 2 hour test and to know completely where all the gaps exist. We believe a more comprehensive approach is needed. So at CTC Math, we have a diagnostic test for each and every topic. So within each grade level, there's about 15 topics. So using a diagnostic test and really focusing in on each topic or each chapter, you can call it a chapter, and identifying areas of weakness is the best approach. Now, placement tests are great, but you just have to make sure that they're comprehensive enough. Keep the explanations short. Don't overcomplicate things. Don't fall into the common trap of thinking that the longer their explanation is, the better it's going to be. In fact, the reverse is true. Keep the explanations short and to the point. 3 to 4 minutes for younger children, 5 to 8 minutes for older children. Then get them to immediately practice what they've just learned. So at CTC Math, the video tutorials are 3 to 4 minutes and 5 to 8 minutes. We not only should you be keeping it short, but you've also have to keep the explanations simple. It's far better to do 5 minutes, spending 5 minutes to explain a concept and 40 minutes of practice than a long drawn out 30-minute explanation and 15 minutes of practice. And Pat, the teacher, the co-founder of CTC Math and the voice behind the program, has an amazing ability, a wonderful ability to explain these concepts in 3 to 4 minutes. I mean, what takes others 20, 30 minutes takes Pat just 4 or 5 minutes. It's a real sight to see when a child is watching these video tutorials and you see the light bulb switch on. You can see the aha moments literally on their face. It's amazing. It's equally important to get a solid understanding of math facts. Okay, it's imperative that students rote learn their times tables so that they can recall these facts instantly, not in 3 seconds, not in 5 seconds, but instantly. Okay, if you're not there, no problems. That's okay, but that should be the goal. That's what you should be aiming for, and not just times tables, but all basic math facts. And I'll get to a few in a moment. But math facts are really, really important because they form the building blocks for higher math concepts and understanding. So adding and subtracting larger numbers, telling time, counting money, measurement, long multiplication and division. It's proven that students who have a solid understanding of math facts go on to perform much better in higher grade levels. So on my slide, you'll be able to see some of our weekly revision tasks. So these focus on some basic math facts, and they're designed to be completed once a week. They're like a math mate or a workbook, and they're in the same format in their layout and presentation, as well as the concepts week by week. Something like that is a great tool to help master these math facts. Now, mastery learning versus spiral learning. It's a question that we also get asked quite often. I'll give a quick definition of each one, but you can also Google this. But mastery learning is incremental learning. It's one concept at a time and focusing in on that one concept. Spiral learning is a set of topics that repeat from level to level. So which one? And there's plenty of curriculums out there that advertise that they're mastery or that they're a spiral approach. We say both. Both are important. Both are very important. But the question is when and how, rather than which one. So with CTC Math, and I think when you come to teach a top concept, it's the test of time. You know, mastery learning has stood the test of time. Our video tutorials and teaching concepts take a mastery approach. Then the questions right after the video tutorial focus in on that lesson that's just been taught. Spiral revision is just as important, but you need to get a solid understanding of the concept that you're teaching. So when you're teaching or introducing a new concept, we believe mastery approach is the best. Get that solid understanding, get that foundation, practice that concept, and move on to the next one. Once a week, introduce a little bit of spiral revision. Go back and revisit a topic that you had previously done. The weekly revision tasks, which I showed earlier. We also have what's called a question bank wizard. It's a fantastic little tool where you're able to go in and create a custom worksheet. Yeah, you can select the lessons that you would like to focus in on, as many or as little as you want, and that is a great tool for revision and making sure that your children are not forgetting concepts. But I only had a 10-minute slot with my presentation today, and so it is a quick one. But I also have 10 minutes for Q&A now, so I encourage you to ask any questions, whether it's about teaching math, the concept of math in general, questions about CTC math, if you're thinking about using it, or if you're an existing user. I do have my details there, so there's an email address and a phone number that you can always call, and feel free. Honestly, I'll go back to that goal. We want to have a positive impact on as many homeschooling families as possible. So whether you're using CTC math or not, if you have any questions about math, please never hesitate to give us a call and ask us.
Thank you, Nadim. Stephanie, do we have any questions yet?
We sure do. Thanks, Nadim, for taking our questions. So the first question that we have for everyone is, I have a math question. My 7-year-old first grader struggles with recognizing numbers consistently, including the 1 through 10. She can count and even add or subtract as long as she has her number line. How can I help her?
Okay, so she's struggling to recognize the numbers. Was that the question that I got?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the earlier concepts in math is just simply number recognition. It's the recognition that number is associated with counting. So the number one cat, two pencils. It might be that simple concept just needs to be revisited. And often when you have an older learner who is struggling with an earlier concept, which might seem simple, but you just don't know why they haven't got it. It might be that they just haven't been taught it. And that's no blame on anyone. It just might have been missed. So when they finally are taught it, or when they finally do see it, the penny drops very quickly. I would encourage you to revisit number recognition and counting in particular at an earlier grade level, and focus on that. I know you said that 7th grader, but you can look at the lessons pre-number line. I would try to really focus in on lessons pre-number line, and then take it to a grid style. So going from pre-number line to a grid, and not, if she's got a solid understanding of the number line, don't use it anymore. So go from a grid. So what I mean by that is there's the counting numbers 1 through to 10, and then 11 through to 20, and then 21 through to 30, and it's laid out, and you see the flow of numbers and their order, so to speak. With CTC Math, you have access to all lessons from all grades. We don't restrict you to one grade level for this very reason, so that you can go back and plug holes in and revisit earlier concepts which may have been missed. But there's also the converse to that, and that a child might be doing really, really well, and the last thing you want to do is hold them back. You want your child to learn at their pace. It's very important. So I would suggest that if you don't want to go out and buy another curriculum, just send us an email, and I will set you up with a CTC Math membership for a month, and you can just focus in on those lessons.
Thank you. That was a great answer. Thank you so much for that. Our next question, we have an attendee who would like to know what kind of feedback that you all have gotten with children who have dyslexia that use CTC.
Yeah, fantastic feedback. And there's a few testimonials on our website specifically regarding this question. But I will say that just every learner is unique as well. So with that, CTC Math comes with a 12-month money-back guarantee. And I don't want to plug CTC Math too much, but I just want to let you know that it comes with a 12-month money back guarantee for this very reason. It's very difficult to find if your child has some sort of some learning difficulties or conditions that you need to work with. It's very difficult to find a curriculum that works, and the last thing you want to do is waste your money on a program or curriculum and have to purchase another one. We don't want anyone feeling like that about CTC Math. So you do have that 12-month money back guarantee, but the feedback is fantastic because you really do get to learn at your own pace. You can stop and rewind the teacher, listen to it as many times as possible. There's also the option for the questions to be read out, which we find really helps the children. The instant feedback feature when doing the interactive questions, last thing you want your child to do is a set of 10 questions and then get the feedback where they're making the same common mistake over and over. So if your question's marked after completing it and receiving that instant feedback, well, if a mistake is made, then you're well aware of where you're going wrong, and you can address that before completing 10 problems and then realizing. Again, the earlier lessons, being able to plug in holes, which we find is very common. But if you'd also like to send me an email, we can talk a little bit further about that as well.
And that actually is a great segue to this next question. Can these diagnostic math tests detect gaps within the child's learning? And I assume that we're discussing the CTC diagnostic tests.
Yes, yes. So it really is a comprehensive approach. So the way our philosophy works is that you would go in and do this you would select a grade level. And if you're not sure, then you would probably start a grade level before what they're meant. If they're meant to be in 5th grade, you might start in 4th grade. And you just go over the diagnostic test. A brilliant report is produced afterwards, and it will identify lessons within that chapter or topic that need to be addressed. You can then click on that lesson, watch the video tutorial, get a mastery approach, understand that concept, complete the questions, and then go on to the next one. So once that's done, then you move on to the next topic. So the beauty of this is that you're revising and finding areas of gaps that need to be plugged, and then you're learning those concepts. So it's a breakdown. It's a combination of the two, and then you will be very confident that you have that solid understanding of 4th grade math once you finish that approach. It will take longer than a placement test, yes, sure, but it's going to save you a whole lot of time in the future. It's going to save you a ton of time, a ton of heartache, and a ton of stress.
Great, thank you so much for that answer. Our next question is, how do I help my 6-year-old son, who seems to be a kinesthetic learner, improve his focus for math? I take things slow, but tend to lose him when it comes to instruction.
I would start with how long are the instructions going for? Are they 10, 15 minutes? If they are, way too long. If he's 6 years old, definitely on the lower end of the 3 minutes, you know, even 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes for a 6-year-old. So start with that. Then I would say make the question time a little bit more interactive. So how are they answering their question? Is it pen and paper? Are they using something that's a bit more interactive, that's online? We don't want it to, we know homeschooling families are super busy as it, and I loved Melanie and her advice of you know, get them independently learning as much as possible. So that's also important. So you don't want to be sitting down for the whole 40 or 45-minute math lesson and walking them through. Now, for someone who's younger, yes, a little bit more time will be required to an older learner who can be far more independent. But try to find a curriculum where, yeah, there's a speaker button, they can read the questions out, where it's very user-friendly and doesn't require too much of your time.
Thank you so much. So our next question, Nadim, is, if I'm not good at math, how can I teach it?
Outsource it. Get someone to do the heavy lifting for you. Find a great set of video tutorials that your children, again, it goes back to the first presenters, and they said, you know, if there's a subject that you struggle with, invest your money in that curriculum. Find someone who can do that heavy lifting for you, take that burden off your shoulders. Make sure that your children understand and appreciate the video tutorial, the teacher behind the program, and follow that approach.
That's great advice. Thank you so much. Our next question is, I have a son who is in the 5th grade, but loves and seems to really understand algebra, which he got exposed to by my father-in-law. Should I continue his grade level or jump to algebra right now? Continue his grade level. Make sure that the grade level is completed before you move on. That is vital, because while the concept might come easy to someone, they still need to learn it. Yeah, they still need to learn it. What might happen is if you increase the difficulty too quickly, it might have the opposite effect, where he starts to not understand it. The confidence that he's feeling of getting higher grade level is probably is encouraging him to do more, which is fantastic. But then the opposite can happen when they don't start to understand it. You know, time and time again, we hear of learners who are, I know I have gone over time, so I'll try to keep this super quick. Time and time we hear of learners that don't want to do math, that math ends in tears, that it's a horrible time. That's because they don't get it. You know, when they start to get it, it's a different ball game. They start to get that confidence up. So complete the grade level, but drip feed them. Yeah, drip feed them. So if you're using CTC math, do a little bit of algebra here and there, just to keep them interested, keep them excited. This is what you got to look forward to. Feed that interest that they have. You don't want to completely squash it. So complete the grade level, because you don't want to miss out on anything, but give them a little bit to keep them enticed. Or maybe it's just the grandpa sessions. Just keep the grandpa session going, you know, with the algebra. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to answer those questions for everyone. We do have a few other questions, and what I'm going to do is make sure that everyone has Nadim's information so that you can get in touch with him directly. And again, we really appreciate your time taking the time to answer those questions. No problems. We'll get straight back to you guys just after the Easter break. So happy Easter to everyone, and thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you, Nadim, and thank you, Stephanie, and all the attendees with questions. That was a great time of sharing. That is great. Well, I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Sam Sorbo. Sam studied biomedical engineering at Duke University before pursuing a career in entertainment. An award-winning actress, author, radio host, international model, and homeschooling mom to 3 children with Kevin Sorbo, Sam Sorbo seeks to inspire parents to home educate. 2 of her books, They're Your Kids, An Inspirational Journey from Self-Doubter to Homeschool Advocate, and Teach from Love, a school year devotional for families, are available at samsorbo.com. Sam co-wrote, produced, and co-starred in the 2017 feature film Let There Be Light. And to correspond with the film, Sam and Kevin wrote their own devotional called Share the Light. Tonight, Sam will be speaking on the topic of accidental homeschooling. They're your kids. Welcome, Sam. We're so excited to have you tonight.
Thank you for having me. I can't see me, so can people see me? Oh, I see. Share my webcam. Here we go. Okay, now I see me. Do you see me?
Yes, we sure do. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. All right, so we're hooked up. And how long am I going?
Till 7:05.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited to be here. My session is titled Home Education, Am I Really Qualified? No, that's the whole thing. Okay, so we're going to talk about They're Your Kids and the accidental homeschooler. When this whole thing started, I started making videos for parents because I was one of you guys. If you're an accidental homeschooler, I was one of you guys once. And that's why I wrote my book, They're Your Kids, An Inspirational Journey from Self-Doubter to homeschool advocate because I was a self-doubter. I didn't think that I could get this done. And the only thing that convinced me to try was we moved to the suburbs where we lived because of the schools, because they were really great schools. And they were not getting the job done for my son. And I noticed, well, I'll tell two quick stories. The first story is he was in second grade. So he'd gone through first grade. It was great. You know, you drop your kids off and the school's great and the teachers are great and everybody's happy and he's having fun. And second grade rolls along. The second grade class was problematic. There were 5, count them, 5 problem children in the classroom. And that means they were disobedient, they spoke out of turn, they were disruptive, they were problematic. And the teacher, I knew that the teacher was struggling with that, which meant that I was cutting her some slack and stuff, but I was the guilty parent. I was helping out all the time. I was helping clean up after class. I walked the kids to the library. I taught art in the classroom once a month. I graded papers for the teacher, right? And every month we would turn in a book report and I would never get them back. And so about 5 months in, I'm at the school helping out after school. And I just asked her, how were Braden's book reports? You know, because I never get them back. And of course I'm expecting her to say, oh my gosh, he's so clever and they're so good. And without blinking an eye, she said, oh, not very good. I mean, I thought she was joking. I was there all the time. Like, why wouldn't she bring this to my attention before? And why did I have to be the one to instigate this conversation? And every excuse that I came up with for her made her look worse, which made me feel bad because I liked her and I wanted to continue liking her. And so I put that aside and I started doing book reports with my child every day. And then I realized I'm actually homeschooling. I'm just doing it at the end of the day when everybody's tired and cranky and hungry. And so the first thing I'll say to you is, if you have been doing homework with your child or children after school, you're homeschooling. If you sign the reading log that kids are given that they're sent home with, oh, you have to sign this, you have to sign the reading log, or you have to check off that they did all of this other stuff, you're homeschooling. So you've already been homeschooling. Now let's attack this idea that you feel inadequate to the task. You're not inadequate to the task. And I've started saying that if you feel inadequate, you're in the perfect space to educate your child. Because what is education? What should education be for children? It should be the discovery that learning is fun. It should be the discovery of how to learn. Children are born with an innate sense of curiosity. Your job is to ignite that and pursue it and enable it and fulfill it, right? And so if your child says to you, why are frogs green? You have no idea why frogs are green. But you don't say to your child, I have no idea, go ask your teacher. You say to your child, I don't know, let's go find out. And you know, you have this amazing thing called the internet now. So it's a lot easier these days than it was for the pioneers for homeschooling, who had very few resources. Now we have all of these resources. I see Andrew Pudawa is coming on later, and we just heard from CTC Math. And there are a plethora of resources available online to help you on that journey. So your job is really to show the child how to learn. How do we go about learning? Does it frighten us? No, it's easy and it's fun. That's your job. Unfortunately, that's not what the schools are doing these days. The schools are thinking that education consists of putting your child on a treadmill. First grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, right? And every grade, they stick these widgets of knowledge in. Learn this, learn that, put it on the test. Learn this and more, put it on the test. That's not education. That's schooling, but it's not education. And so I think we really need to rethink education in the United States. I think that we should consider what the school's ultimate desire for our children is. And it says itself, the schools say college prep and career readiness. Okay, let's look at career readiness. So how's that working out? Well, we've got a bunch of kids who went to college, spent a lot of money, and now they're demanding that the government pay for their college bills because it's just not fair. They spent so much money, it's just unreasonable. Well, who's unreasonable? Well, either the college for charging that much or the student for agreeing to pay that much without knowing what they were going to get in return. There was a promise that was made. It was implicit, it was implied. If I go to this school and I spend this much money, I will come out with a career or at least a job, and I won't be living in my parents' basement. Well, somebody missed out on that agreement. Somebody didn't provide their part of that agreement, and it wasn't the government. So we really need to think about that. So college prep, not really happening. The other reason is, 60% of our jobs require sales. In fact, I argue all jobs require sales because you have to be able to sell yourself in order to get the job. And do we teach that? We don't teach it K through 12. So K through 12 is not college, not career readiness. So they should just remove that from their thing. And then colleges, I don't know, right? So let's see. So then we go back to the first part of that equation, college prep. They tell us it's college prep. Okay, what is college prep? Well, they're preparing you to go to college. And so the expectation is that everybody should go to college. Is that true? Think about that. I've stopped asking children, young adults who are graduating high school, what college they're going to. I've started asking them why. Why are they going to college? Because colleges aren't getting the job done. That's the career readiness part. And so why is our school, why is the undergraduates, not undergraduate, K through 12, so focused on college prep? They're just gearing you up to spend a lot of money for an uncertain return. We really ought to think about that. We really ought to think that through. But back to why homeschooling is the more viable, more reasoned, well, better choice, despite your misgivings. And I, trust me, I was there. I had definite misgivings. So I realized that I was homeschooling. And then there was a second incident that happened where we were traveling. My husband's an actor, as she said, and we had to go out of town for 3 weeks. And I never wanted him to be away for more than 2 weeks at a time. And he was going to be gone for over a month. And I said, okay, then we'll come to you. And so I went to the school and I said, I need to take the kids out of school for 3 weeks. And they said, fine, we will give you work to do. And they gave me a bunch of work to do. They had like a nice little packet of work to do. And then the deal is you can leave, but when you come back, you bring the work with you. And then we check off that you did the work. And then we go to the government, we get the money for your child. That's like the deal. And I'm like, okay, well, I need work. I need work for the kids to do. We're not just taking a vacation. So I brought the work with me and I put it down in front of my child on the first day. And he says, Mommy, teacher says we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this in class. She says so. And I looked at him and I said, but she gave it to me for you to do. So clearly you have to do it now. But Mommy, she says in class, we don't have to do this. Now, what just happened there? Well, one, my authority was challenged by my second grader because his teacher told him that he didn't have to do that work. And why was my authority challenged? Because she gave me the work that she doesn't require the students to do in class. Now, I don't think she did it on purpose. I think she just collected some busy work so that they could turn it into the state and get the money. And I get that. But that's not education. And especially when I looked at the papers that he said he didn't have to do in class and understood why, because they were stupid and they were busy work. And frankly, he was beyond that. Yes, as a second grader, but he just didn't need to do all that busy work. And I went, this is not working. This is actually a failure. This is requiring my son to become bored with learning. And I did not like that. I don't want my children to be bored with learning. I want them to want to learn everything all the time, everywhere. I want them to be enamored of learning, not bored with it. And so over the course of the next month or so, I started thinking, what if I home educated? And I seriously, I put it on like a new coat. And do you ever buy a new article of clothing or a new purse? And you get it home and you're like, wow, you know, it was money, and I just don't know if it's a purse that I'm going to use or not. So you leave the stuffing in and you wear it around the house for a little bit. Is this something that I like? And I tried it on like a coat, and I'm like, okay, so what would it look like if I was home educating right now? And this is what I'm here to tell you. You have an unprecedented opportunity right now to try on home education with your family, to try it on, to test drive it, kick the tires, play with the gadgets inside, and see if this is something that your family could embrace. And the whole nation is going through this. And I'm getting emails from people already who are saying, I'm not sending my child back to the institution. This is too much fun. This is more fun than I thought it was going to be. This is easier than I thought it was going to be. And they don't even know the half of it. Because once you get started on this journey, then you start to realize everything else that you were ready to sacrifice when you dropped your children off at the gates of the school. And it's a lot. But we don't realize it because we've been raised to send our children to school because we went to school. It's just what we do. We're just on this treadmill ourselves. It's not just the children that are on the treadmill, it's us. And when you get pregnant and you're thinking about, oh, and what are you going to do for preschool? And we've all seen those memes of, you know, how crazy the parents get because, the preschool predetermines whether my son will go to Harvard, right? But we get on that treadmill and we think, okay, well, I want to do this because this has the good outcome here. And this, I'm telling you, the outcome is not what it used to be. Homeschool children score 15 to 30% higher on scholastic achievement tests than public school children. And I'm not talking about private school or Christian schools. I'm leaving those aside. So I'm strictly speaking about our education establishment today, right? Homeschoolers score better. They actually score better in social areas as well. Why? Because if you think that dropping your child off into a classroom full of other children his age will somehow magically socialize him, and I've defied people to give me an adequate definition of the word socialize. If you think that somehow they're going to be socialized, whatever that means, by a bunch of children their same age, I don't know what you're hoping for, because it's just as likely that they become the most popular kid as that they become the bullied child. Frankly, it's a crapshoot, and you can't control that because you're not there. So let's see. Excuse me. So I tried it on like it was a new coat, and I walked around with it, and I talked to the kids about it. And then I went to Kevin and I said, I think I want to homeschool this fall. And he said, really? Why? And I said, you know what? I think I could fail and still do better than what's happening in the schools. That's how low the bar was set for me. Do you understand? And if you pay attention to what's coming home from the schools, and it's worse now, then you'll start to glean what I'm trying to say here. So as part of my book, the first half of my book talks about what's wrong with the schools these days. They're your kids. What's going on in the schools these days? And I think I saw the whole thing that the last presenter talked about. Did he talk about Common Core? Because Common Core is an abomination, and especially in math. So in my book, I talk about Common Core, and that's the lattice method. So they've taken the standard algorithm and they've turned it into magic. Why did they do that? Was it broken? Did we stop using the standard algorithm because all of a sudden it no longer makes any sense? No, Did they test Common Core curriculum before they spent billions of dollars on it and put it in all of our textbooks? No, they didn't test it. And that's why it's failing now. And children are getting frustrated with what they're supposedly being taught. And part of it is the math. And the reason that it's frustrating is because Common Core makes math out to be magic. But math is not magic. Math is logic. Math is logic. Okay? Now, what do we know about logic? Logic is how we perceive the world. And if it's not logical, we get frustrated, right? When they remove the logic from the math by turning it into this magic thing, they're actually almost, I would say, intentionally frustrating our children, frustrating them. So I would beware of anything that has Common Core on it. And frankly, I'd beware of any new textbooks that you don't know are specifically not Common Core, because it's insidious. And there are states who have said, okay, the Common Core, it's not working for us. We're just going to not do it anymore. But they already bought the textbooks. So what do? They put another sticker over the Common Core aligned. They put another sticker. So be careful with that. Okay. So I tried it on. I went to Kevin. We talked about it. And I said, I'm just going to try it for the fall. And then I talked to the kids. And I said to them things like, well, it was basically my oldest child, right? When I picked him up from school, if you were homeschooled, you'd be done with all your schoolwork and you wouldn't have any homework at this point. And that got them intrigued, because kids don't really like to be in school for the whole day. And they certainly don't like homework. And so I kind of worked on my kids a little bit. And by the time we started home education in the fall, they were raring to go. Are we going to start that? And then I picked some really fantastic curriculum. I'm sure there's plenty of curriculum you can find at TOS, at this site, obviously, or the old Schoolhouse, I should say. And they liked the curriculum and they had fun. We did a grammar curriculum. Grammar is subject, noun, verb. And my son used to beg me, can we do the SNV stuff? Let's do the SNV stuff. He kind of didn't even know what he was doing, but he knew enough to know that it was fun and he enjoyed it. And what's the SNV stuff? Let's talk about that for just a quick second. So the SNV stuff. So when you're teaching English grammar, why teach English grammar? It's so boring, right? No, it's not, especially not to young kids. And one thing that I'll say to parents out there to encourage you is, do not put your limitations on your children. Don't delimit them with ideas that you have about what's interesting and what's not interesting, because children have interests that are completely different than adults. And we know that, but we're so why would I want my son to memorize the Gettysburg Address? Because children love to memorize things. And why not give him good things to memorize? Decent language and one of the greatest orations that we have, right? How about the preamble to the Constitution? Or the Declaration of Independence, right? Give your children good things to memorize. Why? Not because memorization is boring. It's not boring to them. It's boring to you. You're different than they are. So think about that for a minute. Because I want to go back to curriculum and why we teach grammar. Grammar is the logic of language. So math is the language of logic, and English or English grammar or any language grammar is the logic of that language. And they're interconnected. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's see. So I embarked on this journey. I would love to tell you that I never looked back. That would not be true. And that story's in the book too. So about a year and a half later, I put my kids in a small school. It was like a hybrid, and we were doing a couple days at home and a couple days in the classroom. And that works for a lot of people. But I decided, so we did it for about 6 weeks, and they went on 6-week intervals, 6-week periods, right? And so at the end of that 6 weeks, I called and I said, I'd love to have a meeting with the teachers just to check in and make sure that I'm upholding my end of the bargain, because I'd already been in the situation where clearly I hadn't been upholding my end of the bargain. And then when I started to, I was like, well, this isn't good. And I thought, well, this has been really good because they had great curriculum. I liked it. And I was doing it with the kids, but I wanted to make sure that that it was a functioning relationship. And I called the teacher and I went in to speak with her, and she regaled me for 5 minutes with how well behaved my child was. And I sat there listening to her, and the little voice in my head was going, this is not what I want to hear. This has nothing to do with why I'm having this meeting. And I realized that her purpose was behavior modification, while my purpose was education. Her purpose was behavior modification. She came out of the public school system, and she had a misbehaved child. And she told me that she sat my son next to him because she was hoping that my son, being calm and well behaved, would rub off on him. Great, but that's not why I send my child to school. I send him for education. And I just realized that we were at cross purposes. The joy of home education is really the joy of unwrapping the gift that your child is, and not passing that gift off to someone else to unwrap for you. And what you learn along the way is how much better you are made through your children, how much your children teach you, and how great the relationship that you have with your children can be. If you're an accidental homeschooler and the school has just sent your kids home and now you're stuck with them in your home, and you don't know what to do, start there. Start with the heart of love that you have for your children. And you can get more information on how to homeschool your children. For the past couple of weeks, I've been promoting coronavirushomeschooling.com, because they offer resources to parents to just come alongside you and calm you down and reassure you and help you out. I, on my website, samsorbo.com, have offered a ton of videos talking about the various challenges that homeschoolers face, specifically that accidental homeschoolers face, one of which is, for instance, authority in the home. Your authority has been undermined by the school. I talked about that briefly at the start. And you need to regain that authority, and you need some tools to do that, because if you've been sort of asleep at the wheel, you didn't realize that was happening, and now you're confronted with it because your kids are home. You have an opportunity to revamp and rededicate the relationship that you have with your kids, and you have the ability to grow it if you choose this path to continue to home educate them, because it's easier than you imagine, and it's more rewarding than you could ever dream. And that's the secret behind home education that is being kept from you. And so to close out, I'd like to say that part of the reason that you feel inadequate to this task, that you feel too challenged and it's too hard, is because you were taught that. You were taught that you can't do anything that you haven't been formally instructed on by some form of educator who's standing at a blackboard or a whiteboard and lecturing you. And I'm here to tell you that that's what makes you great, that your insecurity is actually a gift and that you can use to teach your children and to bring them alongside you and to say, we're going to figure this out together if you reach a point where you just don't know what to do. And that might mean that you hire a tutor for that piece of curriculum that you're like, oh, I just can't even, and I don't have the patience for it, right? But it might also mean that you sit down and you work it, and you work on your patience so that you can get to that point, because the answers are all in the textbooks. The answers aren't with the teacher at the board. They can be, but they're all in the textbooks, and you've got all the resources out there for you to do this yourself. And once you take ownership of that, of course, with the ownership of that, with the responsibility, comes the great joy of it all, right? Nothing worth doing, or what is it? Nothing worth doing was ever easy, or something like that, right? So I get it's a challenge, but you're up to the task. Why? Because they're your kids. They're not somebody else's kids. They're yours. And if you need to call in reserves and bring in some other help, that's also homeschooling. And we should stop calling it homeschooling. We should call it home education, because it's not school at home. School is something different. Home education is liberating. It's freeing. It's empowering. Okay. And if you feel inadequate, that's because the school made you feel inadequate, and that's not education. If you've had an education through 12th grade, but you feel inadequate to teach a 3rd grader, that's because you didn't get an education, right? Because the mark of an education is the ability to teach it. And so if you can't teach it, then you didn't get educated. Why you would send your child into that so that they could also feel inadequate, I don't know. So I will close it out there. I know that we're running to 7:05, so I did pretty well with sticking on time.
Yes, you did great, Sam. Thank you so much. What a startling realization when she says, I think I could fail and still do better than public school. My goodness, that's just, oh, it just hits you in the chest. And
Well, we are 27th in the world.
Oh, wow.
The
Wow.
US is roughly 27th in the world. We spend more than any other country except Switzerland per student, but we're 27th in the world.
My goodness. Well, thank you for taking time with us this evening. We truly have enjoyed hearing from you, and it's really, I know it's made us all really take a step back and think about some things. So thank you so much. All righty. Well, we are going to move right on to our next speaker, who is not a stranger to the old Schoolhouse magazine. Our next speaker has been a real friend for sure, and has written a column for our e-newsletter, The Homeschool Minute, for many years. Todd Wilson. He's a dad, granddad, writer, conference speaker, and former pastor. Todd's humor and down-to-earth realness have made him a favorite speaker at homeschool conventions, retreats, and churches across the country. As the founder of Family Man Ministries, his passion and mission are to remind dads and moms of what's most important through a weekly email for dads, seminars, books, and products that encourage parents. Todd and his wife, Debbie, homeschool 4 of their 8 children. 4 have graduated and are married in Northern Indiana and travel America in the Family Man Mobile. And you could read more about him at familymanweb.com. And I just have to insert a personal note here. Our family, for years when our girls were younger, every Christmas we would get Todd Wilson's stories, his Christmas stories. And that was one of the highlights of our Christmas morning every year, that my husband would read the story aloud. And it's just a memory that we treasure. So I want to personally thank you, Todd, for those books. And tonight he's going to be speaking to us about expectations and keeping it real. So we want to welcome you, Todd. Thanks for being with us.
Well, it is good being here. I'm going to ask for a thumbs up that you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, hey, it is good being with you. If you're a new homeschooler, my job is to manage your expectations. Because I'll tell you, going into homeschooling, my wife and I, we homeschooled all of our children from the very beginning. And we have had 4 graduate, and we have 4 of them are married. We have another one graduating this fall or this spring. And it has been an incredible ride. Now, when we started homeschooling, though, we were probably like you. Maybe we thought about it a little more. Maybe we weren't thrust into it at the very end of the year. But I know that my plan was always to send my kids to public school because, hey, that's where I went. My wife went to Christian school. Kind of the same thing, different, just a little bit different there in philosophy maybe, but it looked kind of the same. You know, you got on a golden school bus and you went away for most of the day. And that's what our plan was. And then somewhere along the way, we decided that maybe we ought to have our kids home. And I'll tell you, my expectations were this. I thought, you know, we would get like little wooden desks and we'd put them in our family room, and we'd get, you know, an American flag and maybe a Christian flag, and we would paste the alphabet along the top of the room. And my kids would spend their days cutting out pumpkins out of orange construction paper and using white paste. And I would come home every day, you know, after work, and And of course, I would be the principal, which meant I didn't really have to do anything. I know one dad called himself the superintendent until he heard his daughter refer to him as the stupid intendant. But I would come home to a nice, quiet house, and all my kids would be reading, and little window seats around the room. We didn't even have window seats, but that's how I envisioned it. And my wife would be cooking up something good in the kitchen, wearing one of those white aprons like June Cleaver on Leave It to Beaver did. And when I came in, she would, stop cooking and wrap her arms around me and give me one of those kisses that would just melt steel. And that's what I envisioned. And I knew my vision was wrong. My expectations were a little too high when I came home and I couldn't find my wife. And I finally found her. She was in the closet and she was crying because, homeschooling was not quite what I thought it was going to be. It's a lot better than I ever thought it could be, but it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. And so I just want to encourage you during our short time together to remind you about some really important things that you're going to need to bring back to mind in the next couple weeks, a couple months, maybe as you're homeschooling, or maybe if you continue on, you'll want to do it forever. Because, sometimes we forget why we're homeschooling. We forget why we do what we do. And we make the wrong, we just think wrongly for thinking that we can replicate what an entire school system does in our house. And it just can't do that. But I'm going to talk about 4 truths that I think can get you through. They will remind you why you do what you do. And the very first thing is, home's the best place for our kids. We've known that for a long time. Whether you chose this or not, or maybe we're again thrust into it, home is the best place for your kids. Not just when the world's going crazy and there's a sickness that we can get, but in other ways as well. In fact, we always used to think that. In the past, people would have asked back in the old days, well, how often does real learning take place? Everybody would have said, oh, it takes place 365 days out of the year, because that's how often they were home. But now somewhere along the way, someone said, no, that's not really true. Real learning takes place how many days out of the year? Bingo, right. 180 days out of the year. And I don't know when it started, but I know that I saw it kind of visualized when we were watching a Little House on the Prairie television show. My kids love them. And when the winter is cold, we'll get those old television shows. And my older kids even get sucked into watching them. And we'll watch them. And I noticed that there's this one scene that happens almost every single time. And it always revolves around this one building right in the center of town. And when this bell rang, this ding, 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 all the kids would come running. And now this became the place where real learning took place. No longer was home a good place to learn. They would say, oh, home's a good, okay place to go to bed at night or to have a birthday party, but it's not a good place to learn. That's not true. Home's the best place. In fact, all those skills that your kids are going to be learning in their homes, they're going to use one day in their homes. Skills like this, how to trust God in these crazy times. I'll tell you, you don't even have to do anything else. Don't worry about math. Don't worry about English or anything else, because your kids are watching you to see how you handle the scariness of this pandemic, because you don't have to be afraid, But if you're falling apart and going, I don't know what we're going to do, if we get this, or, if we're not careful, and I'll tell you, God's still in control, isn't he? I know at our house, we will do family times and family devotions. Now, we don't always do family devotions every day. Sometimes we skip a morning or a year or two, but we come back and we'll work on it. And we'll sing a song, like, this is the day that the Lord has made. And, I don't pretend like it's worship. It's more like I'm getting their blood flowing, and I want them to say these truths that I want them to learn. And, like, this is the day, no matter what, we're going to rejoice. Or he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole, what am I trying to teach my kids? That's right, that God's in control. Is that true? Yes, it's true. And we can have them memorize things and read things, but if we're not modeling it, they won't learn it. Those are important lessons. Those are way more important than some of those others that you're frightened to death about teaching. I'll tell you, I've been doing this for almost 20 years, 18 years. And I have never had, before that, I was a pastor for 10 years. I've never had an adult come up to me with tears running down their cheeks and go, I'm just so heartbroken because I don't know the Pythagorean theorem, or where's on the periodic table, where's iron? And why is it Fe? Nobody ever does that. Why is that? Because those things don't matter. And when I say they don't matter, I don't mean they don't matter. I just mean they, don't matter. And even if your children use those to make their livings one day, those are not the things that really, really matter. The things that really, really matter happen in your house every single day. That's why home's the best place for your children. That's the first one. The second one is, I believe parents are the best teachers of their children. I didn't say the best teachers in the whole world. I'm sure maybe if you're coming out of some school setting, maybe you have some good teachers there. Maybe they know more than you do or smarter than you are, but they are not better at teaching your children than you. In fact, your kids better than anybody else. And again, we always believe that, until that time, the ding, when they started gathering all those people together. And then they said, no, parents are okay for some things. They're okay for bandaging boo-boos and for tucking their kids into bed at night, but they're not qualified to teach their children. And of course, the Greek word for that is baloney. Not only are you qualified, but you know what's best. In fact, I believe this, Mom. If you remember nothing else that I say during this short period of time, would you remember this? That God gave your children exactly the mother they needed. Isn't that an amazing thought? That God gave your children exactly the mother they needed for this time. Again, you're probably saying, because I know the moms, they're like, oh, you don't know me, Todd. I don't know my math facts. I'm not very good in school. I was never very good. I barely made it through on my own. I don't have the patience for this. I know this, that you with those qualities are perfect for your children. And still other moms are saying, yeah, Todd, but I'm the one who takes all fun out of life. If I don't have my kids in tears by 9:30, I don't think it's been a good day of school. How can that be good for my kids? I know this, that you with those qualities are perfect for your children, and in fact, my wife would say that was her camp. And in fact, in the coming month or two, whenever your kids say, but Mom, you make it so hard, it's so miserable, say to them, just look them in the eye and say, and that's exactly the kind of mother God knew you needed. So when you go to bed at night, you can thank him for it. For me, so that's the second one. We believe that parents are the best teachers of their children. That means God made you smart enough too to figure out how to homeschool your kids. You don't have to worry about it. If someone tells you, oh, you ought to do this, and you don't like it, don't do it. And don't give it a second thought. Don't feel guilty about it. You just do what you believe is best during these coming months. And again, you don't have to worry about all the academics. You worry about teaching your kids the important stuff during this time. That's the second one. The third one is this. We believe that every child is a masterpiece. That means all your children are masterpieces. Even that child is a masterpiece. But, somewhere along the way, again, people started saying, no, that's not really true. We have too many kids in our classroom now. We can't say every child is a masterpiece. So what we need are some standards. And we'll measure those kids according to standards. And the ones who do really well, we'll give them an A, not as well, B, average C, below that, D, or below that, we'll call them failures and give them a big old F. I'll tell you, those are pretty powerful things, but your children are all masterpieces. You know what that means? They're pieces made by the master, and I'll tell you, those letter grades are powerful things. And if you were going to give a grade, you're worried about grades. If you're going to give a grade to a masterpiece, what grade would you give them? Exactly. An A, because they're masterpieces. But in fact, I knew a guy one time, he was a lumberjack, which is about like the coolest job you can have as a man. And he came up to me and he talked like a lumberjack. He looked like a lumberjack. And he said, Todd, I never was very good in school. He said, I never got good grades. He said, in fact, when I was in kindergarten, and he said the words just like that, kindergarten, he said, my teacher was handing me back some papers and mine was all marked up in red and had a big old F on it. And he said, when she handed it to me, she got down in my face and she whispered and she said, we're going to put this out in the hallway so everybody knows how dumb you are. You know, as he said that, a great big old tear just slid down his lumberjack face. And he said, that's pretty much my whole growing up. He goes, I never got good grades. I was bad at it. And I was terrible in school. And by now, the tears are streaming down his face. And I thought, how tragic that anybody would feel that way. Any masterpiece would ever feel that way. What's more tragic to me that anybody might feel that way and they're homeschooled. You know, you don't have to worry about that. Your kids are going to get it. In fact, it's like this. If I were to pull out a little seed and put it in the ground and sprinkle some magic water on it, what kind of plant would pop up? That's right. Whatever seed I planted. You know, if it's a piece of corn, a corn plant pops up. A petunia, sunflower, sunflower. Never in the history of the world has a farmer put in a bean and out popped rutabaga. You know, it's the same way with your kids. You don't have to worry about what they're going to be or if you're going to ruin them. They're going to be exactly what God created them to be. I hear it all the time. My parents come up to me and say, oh, yeah, we homeschooled. You know, my kid's a biologist and we didn't even cover biology. Or my kid's a computer scientist. We didn't have computers. Why is that? That's right, because of the seed. That's what they were made to be. I saw it with my own kids. Again, we've graduated 4, almost 5. And, you know, my daughter, she learned to read super early. 5, 6, boom, she got it. My son right behind her, he struggled. He could make the letter sounds, but you put them together, they didn't make words. And we would go over and over the little the flashcards and we'd go, okay, what's the word? Ka-at. And he'd look at it and go, fish. And we're like, fish? No, what's the word? Letters, ka, second letter, what's third letter? Ta. What's the word? Fish. You know, what's the difference? Did my daughter become a great reader because my wife was an amazing teacher? No. Was it because the curriculum was amazing? No. Did my son behind her struggle because now my wife couldn't remember how to teach? Nope. Was it because the curriculum stunk? No. The difference was the seed. You know, some of your kids are going to get it easy. Some of them aren't. And that's okay. You know, your job, Mom, is to love them no matter what. Because here's my fear. My fear is not that they're going to frustrate you, because you are going to be frustrated. My fear is that maybe some of your kids might think this. Mom would like me better if I just got it. Now, I know the truth. You love your children. But can you understand how they might feel that way? You know, Mom would like me better if I was quicker or not so sloppy, or I didn't have to make so many mistakes. You know, your kids just are what they are. The kids who are good in math, they came into the world good in math. I'll tell you, I'm not a math kid. I can't do it. I'm not a speller. I can't do that either. There's really not a lot I can do. And that's okay. You know, and your children are going to be the very same thing. And again, I have moms who come up to me and say, oh, Todd, you're just so right. I'm just thanking God because, hey, my kid's in the 99th percentile. You know, I'm still waiting for that parent or mom to come up to me and say, hey, Todd, you know, I'm just praising God because my kid's in the 4th percentile. Because we should be praising God, even for those who are in the 4th percentile. So that's the third one. So we believe that home is the best place for our kids. We believe that every child, that parents are the best teachers of their children. We believe every child is a masterpiece. And the fourth one is the one I want to leave you with. And that's this. You moms have been given a gift. You may not have known it. You may have thought this was thrust on you, or maybe you even chose to do it. And you think it's your noble choice to pull your child out and to home educate them. Not true. You've been given a gift by God, you know, and I don't want you to miss it, because the fourth one is this. We believe that relationship matters more than anything else. You know, because we run a family ministry. And every once in a while, my wife will ask me if I can do the homeschooling, and I'm not very good at it, but I'm pretty fast. And so we get done real quick, and I'll come down and I'm all done. But I remember one time I was working with one of my kids, and we hadn't been doing it for 15 minutes, not an hour and 15 minutes, but 15 minutes. When out of my mouth came, as we were working on this and I was getting frustrated, out of my mouth came this: what are you, dumb? Now, God got a hold of my heart just like that. And I started backpedaling. And I'm like, oh, no, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. No, you're an amazing kid. But you know what my child heard come out of my mouth? What are you, dumb? You know, sometimes we get so frustrated because what we think matters is the curriculum I'm doing with my child, when what matters is the child I just so happen to be doing a curriculum with. Again, you're given a gift. And if it were taken away, you know, I'll tell you what you're going to miss. I mean, if you choose no longer to homeschool after this, what you're going to miss in these next couple months are not all the things that you studied. You're going to miss these times of sitting with your kid with nothing else to do, and you're sitting there and you're frustrated, and and all of a sudden it turns into laughter, or maybe it turns into something else, but it is a forced togetherness. I talked to a mom. She came up to me, I think I was down in Florida, and she said, "Oh yeah, I used to homeschool my daughter." And I said, "Oh really?" She said, "Yeah, we quit at 13." And I said, "Oh you did?" And I said, "Why'd you quit?" And she said, "Oh, because she had a brain tumor and she died." And then she went on to talk about, not about math or neat literature programs they did, but she talked about the relationship that will never be taken away from her. And I'll tell you, that is why we homeschool, because I'll tell you, it goes by so fast. It's over. These 2 months will go by like that. If you choose to do it for the entire time until they graduate high school, it goes by that fast again. I never would have dreamed that it would, but it did. And I know that what you're going to be experiencing is the best there is. I know it's going to be hard. It always is hard. In fact, tonight when I put my kids to bed, my children range in age from 26 all the way down to 12. And my 12-year-old, when I put him to bed, he's going to say, "Come on, Dad, lay down in bed with me." And I'm going to lay there begrudgingly. And then as I leave, I know he will do this because he does it every night. He'll say, "Good night, Dad, I love you." And then he'll say 4 fingers. And in our house, 4 fingers means I love you more. And I'll say 4 fingers. And sometimes it continues on, and it's like, he'll say, "Okay, Dad, love you." And I said, "Hey, I already said I love you. I don't need to say it again." And he goes, "Dad, I do love you. I love you, right?" We'll say 4 fingers, Dad. I'm like, "Don't keep doing that. Just stop." And he's like, 4 fingers. I'm like, "There, I did it. Okay, 4 fingers. Okay, Dad, I love you." I'm like, "Don't do that anymore. Just quiet. It's okay. Okay, good night, Dad, 4 fingers." And then we're doing this over and over again. I'm walking down the hall thinking, when is this going to end? Well, here's the deal. It will end. And one day I'm going to be an old man. I'm going to stand at the end of my hallway and I'm going to shut my eyes. And my hallway is going to be dark. There aren't going to be any little kids in there. There aren't going to be little boys. In fact, half my kids are gone already. And I know that I'm going to stand right there and I'm going to shut my eyes and I'm going to wish so bad that I could hear 4 fingers, Dad, 4 fingers, but it won't be there. Moms and dads, if you're out there listening, moms, I know that you think that this is going to be a forever thing. It's not. It's going to be over before you know it. And so I just want you to get it. Again, don't worry about all the stuff. Don't worry about getting that part right. You get the relationship right. You make the most of every one of these days that you get to be with your children. If it's nice outside, go out and play, or go out and read, or do something, have meals around old television shows, or go have ice cream for breakfast, or do whatever to let these days sink into your mind so that they're cemented and that you'll remember them forever. Well, we're just about out of time. If I could just give you a little commercial, because our time here is almost over. Maybe you can see over my shoulder, you can see a picture of me, but on this side, it says the Smiling Homeschooler. Moms, we would love to continue to encourage you. We send out a weekly email to lots of moms. We do a weekly podcast called the Smiling Homeschooler. We'd love to continue to encourage you. You're going to hear some other panelists, and you've talked to some experts here at the old Schoolhouse. They know homeschooling, but I know smiles, and I want to see you smile during this time. So in fact, we even have a couple books that we just put on our website, and we don't offer incredible deals, but what we do, I will do just for you, I'm going to give you some free shipping. So if you want a book called that every homeschooler should have, it's called Lies Homeschooling Moms Believe. And then I have another one called 365-Day Homeschool Mom. These books are just to encourage you in the day-to-day, to remind you of doing what you do, And I'll give you free shipping if you go to our website, thesmilinghomeschooler.com. And when you check out, just type in TOS free. TOS free. Again, thanks for having me. I think I got a couple minutes, 1 minute. I don't know if how we close this thing out, if we have any questions or, but I'll let whoever's gonna take me out of here, take me out of here.
All right. Thank you, Todd. That was just so great. And I'll never forget that part you mentioned. Every child is a masterpiece. Pieces made by the master. I just love that. Thank you for those thoughts. Thank you for the encouragement. We appreciate you being with us tonight.
It was a pleasure.
All right. Well, it is time to start thinking about our next speaker. Stephen Policastro is our next speaker, and we'll be talking to us about using field trips and museums in your studies. That sounds like fun. But before he starts, I want to tell you just a little bit about him. Stephen Policastro is the founder and executive of the International Association for Creation, a global cooperative and professional association for the Christian community, serving leaders and educators in over 81 countries. Additionally, Stephen is the founder and managing director of International Homeschool Day, a global movement backed by many of the world's largest homeschool organizations. Having presented research and facilitated groundbreaking discussion among top world leaders, including PhDs and government officials in the US and Europe, Stephen's research centers around grassroots advocacy for the global Christian education community. He also contributes to the media in various areas of expertise, including global missions and the persecuted church, along with biblical worldview education and creation science research. Stephen is the official research liaison for Logos Research Associates and a member of the Creation Research Society. He has been an active member of Powerline Church, Sanford, Florida, since 2009, serving in many capacities, including middle and high school teacher for biblical worldview studies. Previously, Stephen served as a legislative assistant in the U.S. House of Representatives for Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner in Washington, D.C. Stephen holds a BA in political science and a BBA in management with a focus on management information systems from Stetson University in DeLand, Florida. So we are so thrilled to have you tonight, Stephen. Welcome. Thank you for being with us tonight. Stephen, I don't mean to interrupt, but I can't hear your audio.
That should work. No, I thought when I turned the red button on my audio would come on. Sorry. So
that's okay. Thank you. That's better.
Yeah. So thank you all for joining us here tonight, and thank you for the old Schoolhouse magazine for inviting me to speak along many of my great friends. And tonight we're going to be kind of digging into a little bit of history, a little bit of science. We're going to talk about how to use museums in your studies and on field trips. So a little bit about the organization that I am with. International Association for Creation is a network of creation learning centers around the world. And we also provide creation tours at secular institutions, so like your local museum, zoo, aquarium. Really exciting stuff. And we're going to kind of dig into that. So I first wanted to ask everyone who's listening if you could drop a comment and let me know, what is your favorite museum? It can be secular, it can be creation-based. What's your favorite museum? Drop it in the comments below. And while you're doing that, I want to share a quick story with you. So back in February when I was in Chicago, I led a tour of homeschool families at the Field Museum. And one lady stood out particularly, Laura, because after the tour, she came to me and she was in tears, basically, you know, saying, wow, like I would have never thought to come to the museum and be impacted by God in this way. And I had asked her, you know, like, what do you mean by that? And she had said that, well, for so many years, like my kids are in high school and I've been afraid to go into this museum because, you know, they teach things that I don't want my kids to learn about. And we just sat there like, you know, thinking and praising God for all the amazing, you know, breakthroughs that she had personally in her life. And I want to extend that experience, that breakthrough to every single one of you today as we're going through this talk. So, maybe you've never been to your local secular museum, in the past during your homeschool experience, because they might teach things that, don't agree with your biblical worldview. But I'm here today to tell you that you can go to those museums, those aquariums, those zoos, and you can teach your child the biblical worldview. So really the basis of this entire process of thought is we're all looking at the same fossils, the same rocks, right? But we just interpret them differently. So as people who believe that the Bible and science come together perfectly because God is the author of all of history, then we know that yes, God created the earth in about 6,000 years, or 6,000 years ago in about 6 days. So God created the earth in these 6 days, and he had this perfect plan that he'd set in place. And so that happened about 6,000 years ago. And so we're looking at this evidence, and maybe your friend who doesn't believe that will say, well, that rock is millions of years old. But you know that the rock can't be millions of years old. It has to be 6,000 years old or less. So you, armed with the knowledge that you have, can impart that to your children when you go to the museum. Maybe you're looking at a dinosaur fossil, and the sign might say billions of years ago, right? But well, that's not necessarily true. So I'm going to teach my kids, well, about 6,000 years ago, God created dinosaurs. And that's just a really exciting part, knowing that we are armed with that truth from God's word, and also that we're written into history. So the dinosaur that lived, few thousand years ago, we're on that same timeline with the dinosaur, right? So even in the Bible in Job, we can see that man lived with dinosaurs. While we may not live with dinosaurs today, we're still written into that same story, that same, beautiful drama that God, penned ultimately with the death of Christ on the cross and his resurrection, which we're going to be celebrating here this coming week. That is the story we're written into. And so as we go into the museums and as we explore even our own backyards, keeping that in the forefront of our minds is so important. So I wanted to touch base with you guys on this handout we have here on the screen. So using these museums at home, this is one of the free parent guides that we give out to families like yours, and I'll give you access to that at the end of my talk. But we're going to kind of walk through this here. And so first you can see that we're talking about object-based learning. And so you may ask, well, what is object-based learning? And so basically it is exactly what it sounds like. You have an object, right? And you're using that object to promote learning in your child. So that could be, as simple as a ball, right? You can have a ball and you can talk about its shape maybe, or you can bounce it on the ground and show that, force, there's an equal reaction with the force you throw it down, it's going to come back up. So those are some super basic level ideas on object-based learning. And then when we take that into our studies of science and the Bible, a few things when we're at home, how we can implement object-based learning is through going outside. So exploring maybe your backyard or a grassy knoll that's nearby your home, and have observation. Maybe it's nighttime, so you look at the stars and you help your children process wow, the universe is so big. Why do you think God created the universe so big? And we might not have the scientific answers, I might not if I'm explaining this, or maybe you don't, but you don't necessarily need the scientific answers because, the Bible instructs us to have faith like a child. So encouraging, those basic questions to be asked, Mom, Dad, why is the sky so big? That wonder and awe that the nighttime really strikes us with. And we can help share with our children that because God is so great and so glorious, he created all of heaven and earth just so that he could take pleasure in what he created. And that's ultimately why we exist, right? We exist for the chief end of glorifying God and enjoying Him forever. So it really ties in like the personal relationship with God and this kind of, you know, nebulous concept of space, right? Because we're not there, at least not yet. And so you got those at home, you know, tips. You can also like do things in the kitchen. Like I was watching a video earlier this week from one of my friends, and she was dissecting fruit in her kitchen and showing like, you know, how God created fruit. So you can do, you know, biology in the kitchen. You can do chemistry in the kitchen. Cooking is a great example of chemistry in the kitchen. And those are just some things. Maybe you have pets, and so you might do an observation study on maybe some of your pets. There's lots of, you know, different tips and, you know, demos of that online. And then stepping outside the home, you've got field trips, right? So obviously museums and zoos, object-based learning. You know, you've got the fossils. You might not be able to touch them, but they're there, and you know, it's a tangible piece that you can observe in real time. And then those all help bring the Bible and science, you know, closer together. And so whenever we're focusing on object-based learning, something that's so important is to really slow down and take our learning in such a way that allows us to appreciate what we're looking at. So in today's society, like we're super connected, you know, this digital highway called the internet has all of us glued to our screens, you know, a lot of the time. But the beauty of God's creation, whether it be in a museum, you know, or out in your backyard, is that we can disconnect from, you know, the digital world, and we can really spend time understanding and appreciating what God has created and seeing like the different connections. So think of it as maybe a piece of art, right? So you look at a piece of art, and if you look at it quickly, you're not going to notice all the details. But if you sit and you study a piece of artwork for 9 minutes, 90 minutes, right, you're going to notice a lot more detail. And so I would just encourage everyone to do that, you know, even in your everyday life as you're walking outside, like stop and, you know, look at the clouds or look at the tree and really notice the details and share those insights that you've received with your child and help them, you know, practice that same learning style of just slowing down and taking everything in on a level that is deeper than might be possible if we kind of just hurry through the process of learning with objects. So secondly, I wanted to talk about the museum experience and understanding. So there are two different museum experiences from a high level view, and that would be live experiences. So you're literally at the museum, you're walking around the exhibits, maybe you go through the gem exhibit and you see the beautiful colors of all these gems that God's created, you know, probably, you know, sometime around the flood. Or maybe you're going through the dinosaur hall and you see these ginormous towering dinosaurs that honestly look quite frightening. And those are always great opportunities to teach your children the facts, you know, as they're presented, and also show them maybe some of the fallacies that are there as well. And we'll touch on that in a little bit. And then there's the digital experience. And so, you know, as we're all here in our homes, and life has probably changed for a lot of us, we have now access to tons of digital resources. And so we can go on virtual tours of many museums, zoos, all types of things like that. So there's a lot of access from the comfort of your own home, and also when you step outside your front door. So whether you want live or digital, like we live in America, and most countries have the benefit of offering both of these options for us. So we're definitely blessed in that way. And then we also have to understand, like, how do we incorporate these learnings into our curriculum? So previously I mentioned spotting fallacies. So when we go into a secular museum, we can easily help our children understand where there are spots within what the museum is presenting that are not in line with our worldview from the Bible. And then from there, we can help them understand, okay, how do we think through this in a critical way? And how do we spot what is incorrect and replace that with truth? So that's logic. You've also got science, so you can do experiments at home. And then, or maybe you go to the museum and you see something that piques your child's interest, and you come home and you try and recreate that experiment in your kitchen, as long as you're not like playing with fire, flammable materials. You know, be safe, definitely. And then lastly would be history and art. So obviously when we walk in museums, it's all about science, but also it's all about history, and that God is the author of all of these things that we're seeing. He literally made them. He named all the stars. He knows the hair on our heads. And so taking the history piece and coupling it with an art piece is really cool. So when I go to zoos, I'll ask my nephews and niece to like get out a pen and paper and draw what they see. And then that provides us a really cool thing to talk about, maybe as we're driving back or as we're sitting and having lunch. So think about other subjects outside of science that you can integrate into your museum experience. And also when you're looking at integrating curriculum, obviously don't forget the Bible. That's the first and foremost piece of curriculum we should all have access to. And what I love doing when walking around museums or outside is figuring out how what God created points our children or teaches our children to consider the truths of God's word. So, in Jeremiah, it talks about how God created the earth, and like the earth is full of God's splendor. Or in Matthew, it talks about how God cares for, the lilies of the field. So maybe when we're walking outside, we see a flower, and we can help train our children up to understand that when they see the flower, like their first thought should be scripture, that God is a faithful God, and he'll care not only for that flower, but also for us. One of my favorites is when I go to the museum or the aquarium or museum, or maybe the beach, and I see a fish and it darts under a rock, because that automatically reminds me that God is our rock and our refuge, right? So God literally created a rock and a fish for the ultimate purpose that it would glorify him, and that it would show us that he is our rock. So those are just some tips going through here, the guide that we have available. And I hope that you all are blessed and encouraged by this greater understanding of how we can really bring in God's word as we work and as we live in God's world. That's kind of our motto at IAC is, God's world through the lens of God's word. And so I hope that each and every one of you can know this, understand this, and experience this. Ultimately, that would transform not only your life, but the lives of your children. Because that's why God set the entire world into motion, was that our lives would be transformed and that we would just fall more in love with him. So as I close out before we take questions, I did want to touch base back on having access to this parents guide. So what you'll want to do is you'll just want to go to our website at usingmuseums.com, and there you'll be able to request a copy of the guide be emailed to you. And so you'll have access to it. You can print it out and you can use it with your own kids. And on that website, you'll also find some additional tools and resources, like maybe you want to take a virtual tour yourself, or maybe you have some questions for our experts and you can get in touch with us there. If you go to the website at usingmuseums.com within the next 24 hours and request this PDF, I'll make sure someone from our team after Easter also sends you a voucher for a free virtual tour of the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. So that's our nation's national museum. It's really amazing. And they have some virtual tours there that we would love to be able to provide to you for free as a blessing to your family. Whether you've been on the homeschool journey for a while or you're just thinking about starting out, we want to help you know and understand that you are able to really bring together science and the Bible in a way that glorifies God, and it's easy for everyone in your family to grasp and understand.
All right. Thank you, Stephen, so much. It's great to meet you. We've heard your name and about your company over the last few months, several months actually, here at TOS. And so I'm really pleased to be able to meet you. Thank you so much for all the information tonight. And my one takeaway, if I could say that, would be don't forget the Bible. I love that. Don't forget the Bible. That's awesome. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome. God bless.
All right, we're going to move right along in our schedule. And at this time, I'm going to introduce our second sponsor for this evening. And our featured sponsor here is the Institute for Excellence in Writing. Andrew Pudawa is the founder and director of the Institute for Excellence in Writing and a father of 7. Traveling and speaking around the world, he addresses issues related to teaching, writing, thinking, spelling, and music with clarity, insight, practical experience, and humor. His seminars for parents, students, and teachers have helped transform many a reluctant writer and have equipped educators with powerful tools to dramatically improve student skills. Although he is a graduate of the Talent Education Institute in Japan and holds a certificate of child brain development from the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, his best endorsement is from a young Alaskan boy who called him the funny man with the wonderful words. He and his wonderful, heroic wife, Robin, have homeschooled their 7 children and are now proud grandparents of 14, making their home in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I just have to say before you start, Andrew, I remember way back in the day, about 16 years ago, when we lived in Kansas City and we went to the Midwest Parent Educators Convention. And I was a new homeschooling mom. My eyes were wide open and I was so overwhelmed. And I remember I went to one of your seminars that day. And I can remember coming away. I still have the notes, by the way. I can remember coming away from your session with confidence that I really could do it. And so it is my pleasure to introduce you and to welcome you, Andrew Pudawa. Thank you for being with us tonight. Oh, Andrew, I'm not hearing you. I don't mean to interrupt. Can you check your sound?
Okay, there we go.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, technology is like boys. Great when it works. It's good to be with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sponsor this awesome conference. I'm sure you've all been having a great time. I have been. Hal and Melanie Young, old friends of mine. Not that they're old, they're young. I'm old, but I've known them for many, many years, and they always have such a practical, simple, clarifying approach. And of course, having Sam Sorbo and her inspiring stories is always good. And then Todd, of course, always brings me a smile, a chuckle, and he reminds me of the things that are really important. And as he was talking, he and I share the fact that, well, in his case, most of his kids, in my case, all of my children are grown up. And it made me think of a quote by a Hungarian composer named Zoltán Kodály. He was a pioneer in early childhood music education in the early 1900s. And he said, he was asked, when should a child's musical education begin? And his answer was, at the birth of his mother. And that came to my mind thinking, you know, in a way, we're actually homeschooling our grandchildren, even if we don't have any yet. I do, as she's mentioned, 14. And all of my girls who have school-age children are homeschooling. And I'm so proud of all of them. And they surely are standing on our shoulders. If I had an hour to talk to you all tonight, I would love to share with you 7 lessons that I learned from my 30 years of teaching. This talk was recorded, and if you would like to watch it, that link is live. I believe you can click it. If not, you can jot it down and you can hopefully watch it at your leisure some other time. I don't have time, of course, to give much except just the table of contents. So I'll tell you what those 7 lessons are, and then if it sounds interesting, you can watch it some other time. And then I have some more free things for you, and I want to finish up with a video that introduces some of our new products. So lesson number 1, it's hard not to do to your children what was done to you. We bring into the teaching of our children our experience of being taught. And when you begin teaching, you always have to remember, was what was done to me the best thing, the right thing, the thing I should do, and breaking free of that. Second point I learned, process, more important than product. Todd talked about, their seeds, they're going to grow, they're going to become who they are. And all the academics that we worry about, that's not the most important thing about growing up. The process is. Point number 3, all kids are different. This is like, duh, everybody knows all kids are different. But of course, the school system, as Sam Sorbo pointed out, treats everyone as if they're the same. And you hop on the conveyor belt and you do the same thing in the same way, according to the same schedule, presumably to get the same result. And it never works very well. So all kids are different. Point number 4 lesson that I learned. Progressive does not mean progress. Progressive is a word that has been hijacked. And it doesn't mean progress at all, because progressive education has brought us to, as she mentioned, being very low in terms of the countries in education. Reading skills, writing skills specifically, have been in continuous decline for almost 5 decades, the writing skills of high school graduates. And I would argue, therefore, the thinking skills as well. So we want to be sure we don't get trapped into this idea that progressive means progress, because it just means modern. It just means new, something different. And not everything new is better. Not all change is good. Point number 5 that I learned is that college and career readiness is not something that schools can teach or that tests can measure. These buzzwords were kind of coined, if you will, by the College Board and their SAT and their lesser minions of tests. But what is college and career readiness? Well, Todd talked about this. I hire high school graduates. What do I want? I want, integrity, humility, teachableness, industry, cheerfulness. I want all of these character qualities that aren't learned from textbooks. They're not learned generally in classrooms. They are learned at home. And so we, as home educators, have such a better opportunity really to address true and meaningful college and career readiness. Point number 6, this is a tough one. Teaching is actually about you, not your kids. It sounds counterintuitive, but we react. We go, oh no, we've got kids, we got to teach them. But in essence, if you are in good condition, if you are full, if you are rested and well nourished, and your mind is active and alert, you will teach better. And if you are tired and undernourished and low energy, you might as well just not teach that day and restore yourself. And then the last key that I learned is how love really is the most important thing when it comes to teaching. So I have 2 secret weapons and a special story to end with. So I'd encourage you to watch that talk, however imperfectly, and it's free for you at that link, iew.com/hi-watch. The next thing I would like to do is let you know about some free lessons that we have put together for homeschoolers or accidental homeschoolers. I hope many of you fall into that category. We have 3 weeks of our new video course, Structure and Style for Students, 3 weeks of grammar from our Fix It series, vocabulary, and 1 level of our poetry memorization program, all bundled together in one nice little package with complete instructions on how to do everything. And you can share this link with anyone you like, iew.com/lessons2020, and get a taste of what we do at Excellence in Writing at absolutely no cost to yourself. I did get this testimonial in yesterday, and it's just too tempting not to read it. This just came in yesterday. My children have been really enjoying the first 3 weeks of level A, which I have purchased, and level B, thanks to your company's generosity in offering week 1 to 3 for free during this coronavirus season. I have to say that I've been amazed that I have not heard a single word of complaint, nor have I seen a single tear in the last 3 weeks. All of them have enjoyed the writing classes and are completing their writing assignments willingly. I just can't believe the change. So I'd like to play for you a little video. This is the best thing that we've ever done. It is the most comprehensive. It is the most certain to transform even the most reluctant writer and to supercharge the most talented writer.
I was completely lost and I had no idea where to start. It was like, do it, just write, pull out the paper, put the pen down and do. And I couldn't explain it any better than that.
You start teaching them how to write a paragraph. You start teaching them how to write back a letter to grandma. For me, what's really important because English is not my first language. So I wanted my kids to have the best education.
Any writing I had ever done was just based off my own understanding.
Why do I have to do it? I hate it. And I never want to do this again.
I was really not very good at writing before, but now I can really write pretty well.
I never felt like I was good at writing. When I went to college, every class I had, there was a paper to write. And it was overwhelming for me because I was not prepared for that.
We have multiple children, and so that compounds the difficulty.
I didn't have the tools to coach him to become a better writer and to stop the arguing. So then I met Andrew Coudois in the Institute for Excellence in Writing. The Teaching Writing Structure and Style course was a course that I took, and it was like an epiphany. This is so easy. Now I get it. IEW just opened some things up to him, gave him some organization, and helped him to start liking it. By the time he got to the end of level B, he was quite loving it. It's not something I have to fight him on anymore.
I was lucky enough to have a lot of friends that have done IEW. They were like, yeah, you need to do IEW. That's the best.
And it totally revolutionized the way we write. It completely changed my writing ability. And I wish I'd had it in college. This would have made writing so much easier. It's like a cakewalk. It's amazing. It's great.
The main thing I learned that probably helps me the most in my writing is probably how to make an outline. It's easier because you can plan what to do first.
It's a lot more fun.
My son adores Andrew.
It says, broccoli, 49 cents a pound.
I love this Coudois. He's really funny, and he's really good at teaching.
So, of course, the fox is like, I see the food.
Yeah, it's fun to learn from. And it's not just for my kids to learn from him. It's also for me because I'm not like, falling asleep.
We have tried a couple of other writing programs, which still made it too difficult for them to really understand and feel comfortable with writing. IAW has totally changed that.
There's no guessing, no trying to figure anything out on your own.
It's made my life so much easier with all 3 kids.
It gives you exactly what to do and when, and it lays it out very clearly. So you just follow these units, follow these steps, and guides you the whole way. Just watch the video and let Andrew Coudois do all the work.
Go for it. You will not look back and regret the experience at all. I mean, it's so worth it. Don't hesitate, do it.
It works. I know it works. So why not give it a try? This is the... Well, thank you for enjoying that video. I've seen it a few times, and I'm always charmed by those children. I love them so much. I did want to let you all know about my podcast, iew.com/podcast. It is called the Arts of Language Podcast. And we've got 150 some episodes available. So you can find everything from dyslexia to motivation, et cetera, et cetera. And if you didn't get our Magalog in the mail and you're not going to a convention this year, which most of us aren't, you can look at it online. And if you would like 20 or 30 minutes of jokes to brighten up your week on some day, I recorded 2 videos. You can get them from our Facebook page right there at that link, or just go to facebook.com/excellence-in-writing/videos, and you will see 20 minutes and 30 minutes and then 20 minutes of jokes. And I think I'm doing another 20 minutes or so in 2 weeks. So I hope I don't run out of jokes. Anyway, Old Schoolhouse, God bless you and all the excellent work you do. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate and sponsor this great conference.
Thank you, Andrew. We've so enjoyed it. And I just know that our audience is going to love your products. I know several are probably already using your products. So thank you for presenting tonight. And thank you for the generous offer for all of our attendees. That's wonderful. All right, next we're going to hear from Devon Boleyn about building community with national, state, and local support groups. Devon Boleyn has been married to her high school sweetheart and best friend for 27 years. Together, the Lord blessed them with 13 children on this side of heaven. They view homeschooling as lifetime discipleship and have been on this path for 21 years, graduating 7 of their children so far. Devon and her husband have served with their state homeschool organization, Christian Home Educators of Kentucky, for 12 years, where they mentor, encourage, and educate homeschool families on their rights and responsibilities. Devon has been a member of the social media team here at the Old Schoolhouse for almost 2 years, and we're so grateful, Devon, that you agreed to join us tonight. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I'm just so happy to be here. I want to welcome everyone. I know that we probably have attendees not just from the United States, but maybe some friends from Canada and other countries around the world. And I just want to welcome you all. And I'm so thankful for the excellent speakers that have already shared so much encouragement and important information with us. It's just been a blessing. And so as Angela mentioned, we are finishing our 21st year of homeschooling. Over the past several years, I often have had the opportunity to mentor new homeschool families or those returning to parent-led home education. And so I'm going to challenge you tonight with the same challenge that I give to other new families or those returning to homeschool, or maybe somebody that's even been homeschooling for a little while and just never built this community or connected with these groups or organizations. We know that homeschooling is growing. In 2016, it was reported that we have 2.3 million home educated students, and that's just in the US alone. And we know that that has definitely, we've seen a lot more growth just in the last few years there. So as we move on, you'll see right there in the middle, it says homeschool families. So that represents you that are joining us tonight. And around the homeschool family, you'll see national groups, state groups, and local groups. And so you may or may not be familiar with some of the groups that I'm going to encourage you to connect with in the next 10 to 12 minutes. But let me give you a quick reason why it is important to build that support around you, the homeschool family. We know that in Ecclesiastes, in the latter part of verse 10, it says, "But woe to him who is alone when he falls and has not another to lift him up." And then at the end of 12, you might have heard this before: a threefold cord is not quickly broken. There's strength in numbers. You've probably heard that statement before. I found a pertinent quote from Walter Payton, an American Football Hall of Famer, and he said, "We are stronger together than we are alone." I am like a person that likes to look up keywords and to, so I found this quite interesting as I was researching some of the key words for this presentation. Words like community, support, network. And I found it so interesting in the Webster's 1828 dictionary that the definition for network, a complication of threads, twine, or cords united at certain distances, forming meshes, interstices, or open spaces between the knots or intersections. And if we just think about what we read, that Ecclesiastes tells us about the strength of the cords, multiple cords giving strength. And then in Webster's dictionary, also the 1828, a community is a society of people having common rights and privileges or common interests, civil, political, or ecclesiastical, or living under the same laws and regulations. So this is very relatable. We have a common interest. We want to, or are considering, educating our children in our home. Depending on what state, province, or country you might live in, you're living under the same laws or policies or regulations for that state or province or country. So I'm going to encourage you first to connect with or get to know some international or national homeschool groups or organizations. Homeschool Legal Defense Association, also referred to as HSLDA, National Home Education Research Institute, Global Home Education Exchange, Euro Home Ed, the Old Schoolhouse magazine, and the Canadian Schoolhouse. We're going to just take a quick few seconds to run through each of these and just learn a little bit more about them. So we moved to Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and HSLDA has for many years kept the pulse on the home education laws and policy around the world. They advocate for home education, and they work to protect and even increase the freedoms, not only in the United States, but all around the world. If you are a member of HSLDA, they provide legal counsel, and they even help litigate cases where a homeschool family found themselves, you know, in a situation that required that legal counsel. I know you all heard from Mr. Beasley from HSLDA earlier, but not only do they just provide legal counsel for their members, they have specific consultants that you can talk to if you have a child that is struggling with special needs. You know, they can help you create a plan, a personal plan to meet their needs in your homeschool. If maybe you have a middle schooler or a high school child, their consultants can help you build out a plan for what it might look like for those high school years, and working towards credits and what might work as elective, or you know, looking towards college, what they can help you with transcripts and things that you might need moving forward with your high school student. So definitely, if you've never heard of Homeschool Legal Defense Association, take time, go to their website and visit, look around there, and I challenge you to join that association. Next, we have National Home Education Research Institute, and they have provided research and data that has validated the success of homeschooling to courts, legislators, and even individual families. I often see families say, we're considering this, but you know, my parents are so unsure. They don't feel like the kids would do as well if they were being taught by, you know, a teacher in school. And so this is the place where you need to go and get the research that shows how successful homeschooling is and how well homeschool students do as they move on and graduate and even become citizens. There's research there to show how well that homeschool graduates are and how involved in their communities they are. And so if you've never heard of National Home Education Research Institute, I highly recommend that you go visit there. Also, Dr. Brian Ray, who is the main researcher for NARI. He writes a lot of articles for the Old Schoolhouse magazine, and so you're able to find those in the Old Schoolhouse magazine. So look for those as you read through the magazine. Another national organization that you could be aware of is Global Home Education Exchange. And this is an international organization with a mission to advance, connect, and equip the global home education community. They have been doing conferences around the world. And so I highly recommend those of you joining us here tonight that are outside of the US, definitely connect with them and visit and see what things they have to offer and what ways you can connect with them. The Old Schoolhouse magazine has just been a staple in families for many years. They provide encouragement, information, the latest in what's going on around the world and in the United States, whether that be with curriculum or opportunities, colleges. And so they're just a great place to be connected. You can read their magazine digitally through their website. You can go there and pull that right up on your tablet or your phone, and it's available quarterly. And so I encourage you, if you're not connected with the Old Schoolhouse magazine, that you visit their website, get signed up for their email, their e-newsletter, and that you take some time at home right now and pull up that digital magazine and find some encouragement. Also, a sister site to the Old Schoolhouse magazine is the Canadian Schoolhouse, and so I wanted to mention that. That's a fairly newer arm of the Old Schoolhouse magazine, and so I just want to encourage our friends in Canada to connect there. So just a quick review, international groups or organizations provide us information on legalities and policies around the world, in our states or in our countries. They provide news to us about what's going on in different countries around the world, or where, any changes to policy or law. We also can learn research, statistics, and data about homeschool students and families through these groups. And as mentioned with the Old Schoolhouse, we can receive encouragement through websites, emails, magazines, and conferences. Another place that you may not have connected yet or realize that you could even get support or encouragement is your state organization. And there's 3 different places where you can find to connect with your state group: the Homeschool Freedom, HSLDA, and the Old Schoolhouse magazine. Homeschool Freedom is a website from the National Alliance for Christian Home Education Leadership. There are 48 affiliate groups from 45 states connected here, and so you can go to Homeschool Freedom and look for your state organization, get connected with them that way. HSLDA also has an area where you can connect with your state group. And right here at the Old Schoolhouse, on our schoolhouseconnect.com page, you can click on your state and connect with the state groups that way. And so what would a state organization provide that maybe you might not get from an international group? Your state organization usually is very well informed about specific information on your homeschool law or policy in your state. And that's very important for us to know as we home educate our children, that we understand what are our rights and responsibilities, because every state has a different law or policy for that. And so it's important to know that. I mean, how many days are we to homeschool? What subjects, are required? Some states require testing, some states don't. So it's very important to connect with your state organization and understand what the law and policy is as you begin this new journey, or if you're re-entering this new journey, this new lifestyle. The state organizations are often very connected with HSLDA and some of the other national organizations we just talked about, but they're very connected with the local groups. They can provide you with opportunities within your state. Maybe a college is hosting a homeschool day. Maybe your state park is offering a homeschool day. So your state organization is very important in providing this kind of information for you. Often the state organizations will host a homeschool day at the Capitol where they highlight homeschooling, and it allows the legislators to see how successful these homeschool families are and these students, and for them to interact with them and see the successes of homeschooling. Your state organizations are, for the most part, run by volunteers that advocate. They provide information. They work to protect your freedoms, and often even work with legislators to create more freedom in your state. They're often at the Capitol during the legislative session, just keeping in tune with what bills may have come out, any bills that might possibly infringe on your rights. They're working with education leaders in your state and community leaders in educating and informing them of the success of homeschooling. And usually they're the first ones to get that email out to you guys if there is an issue that needs to be addressed. Maybe a bill's come out that isn't quite so good and is going to be encroaching on those freedoms, and they want to send an alert out to have you call your legislators. So that's just a small part of what our state organizations do. And real quickly, I want to encourage you to connect with your local community groups. You can find your local community groups through HSLDA, through your state organization, and even as on the old Schoolhouse at Schoolhouse Connect, the slide I just showed you before. And so what does a local community group provide that maybe the international or state doesn't? Well, it provides that weekly face-to-face support and encouragement from families in your community that have been homeschooling or currently homeschooling, that maybe have been homeschooling for 21 years or 5 years or 10 years, and they want to see you succeed. They know you can succeed. They also understand there's going to be hard days. There's going to be long days. And so, homeschooling is an extension of parenting. And so having those other families surrounding you, or that you can reach out to on those hard days for encouragement, and is so important. Your local community groups can also provide relationships and opportunities for socializing. We know that's always a big question. Do homeschoolers socialize? Well, of course. So, there's many groups that provide field trips or 4-H clubs, or, just park days where you get together and the kids have fun playing at the park, or, Lego clubs. So you're going to find those opportunities within your local community groups. Also, information on community service or extracurricular activities are going to be found in those local community groups. And so I hope that you've seen that you can build and strengthen your homeschool by being connected to this network of national groups, state groups, and local groups. So I challenge you, homeschool family, to go get connected and build your community.
All right, thank you, Devon. Appreciate that so much. Next, we have Gina Suarez, who's going to come and give us information about our giveaways tonight.
Hasn't this been wonderful so far? The speakers have been just amazing, and I have been personally blessed. I never get tired of hearing these folks speak, and just even I was laughing through Todd Wilson, and I was inspired by Sam Sorbo and just all of the rest. And please stick around because we have a couple more to go, and we are going to be winding down. But real quick, we're gonna talk about this free little gift that we've got here. Let me just pull up my slide. We've got a 3-month trial for everybody who is here, and you get this free and clear. We don't want a credit card. You don't have to put in any information except just your name, I think, and your email address. And we are going to get you a 3-month trial to a full access for schoolhouseteachers.com. That means you can take up over the 400 courses that are there. Now, you're not going to be able to take 400 courses in 3 months. However, you can take a lot. You can do a lot with your kids, and there are parent courses as well. It's not just children, and it's preschool through 12th grade, plus a bunch of parent courses. So get in there with your kids. Let them pick some of them. Let them choose them. There are no limits, and there are no school textbooks, nothing like that to buy. The platform is all inclusive. So you've got everything you need, all the tools, the attendance, the record keeping, even report cards and transcripts and certificates of completion for the courses. So definitely take advantage of this because there truly are no strings attached. With that comes a print issue of the magazine. So now this coupon code, it actually expires in 48 hours. You got to get over there and snag it, grab it quickly, because once that 48 hours have passed, then this goes away. So this entire convention here, this mini convention that we've done online so far, it is going to be it has been recorded because it's going to go far and wide. There's potentially thousands who will view it in the months and even years to come. But this part of it where I'm speaking about the freebie, that is being pulled out. It's been deleted. It's not even being recorded right now because it is just for you. For those who are actually here, this is something for you. And the normal price for this would be $50 for almost $49.97 for 3 months. And you can get a lot done, and there's a lot you can download too and continue to use it even after this expires. So please take advantage of that. You can see where you go to the schoolhouseteachers.com/trial-membership. I think we're going to put a link in the chat box as well that you could click on. And your coupon code is simply homebound, all caps, homebound. And do that. Again, no strings attached. Don't give us a credit card, nothing like that. And you will be in. You will be good to go, a full-fledged member for 3 months. And that magazine will come to you as well. So get in there. And once you get signed up, hit the dashboard, and that's where you're able to actually claim that magazine, the print magazine. Otherwise, it doesn't come automatically. You got to claim it. But again, there's no strings there either. No money changes hands, none of that. So that's for you. I hope that you enjoy it. And let's continue with the seminar.
All right, thank you, Gina. Well, our own beloved senior editor, Deb Wooler, is next up on our agenda, and she's going to be speaking to us about the benefits of homeschooling. Now, Deborah Wooler has been our senior editor here at the Schoolhouse magazine for over 15 years. She has been married to Richard for 35 years, and they have 8 children that they have homeschooled from birth through high school graduation. They will graduate their 6th child this year, Lord willing. Deborah's passion is to encourage homeschool families to keep their focus on Christ and His Word and run the race with endurance as they keep their children home where they belong. Deb, we're so happy to have you tonight. I'm not hearing you yet.
All right.
Very good. I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Angela. We have heard, I just really want to thank the Lord for who we have heard tonight. And I have just been so highly encouraged to continue on. I mean, as Angela said, I have 8 children. I'm on my 6th graduate this year and 2 more to go. So I only have like 5 or 6 more years of homeschooling left, and hard to believe, but God has been faithful and given us so much grace over the years and given us everything we need You know, when we do his will, he provides what we need. That's just how he is. It's who he is. So over these 25 years, I have seen amazing benefits of home education, and you've heard about them tonight in so many different ways. The funny story is my husband and I were not even prepared to homeschool, as many of you are not. And what got our attention was some homeschooled children. When we were first married, we didn't have children until maybe our 7th year of marriage, I believe it was. And so for those years, we watched other people's kids because we were in charge of the children's ministry at our church. And so we took care of, taught the kids, took care of kids, all kinds of, children's ministry stuff. And what we saw in the few homeschooled students that we saw, which we didn't even know that was a thing, that they were so different. They were like night and day. They had like life in them, and they had just a light in their eyes, and they were wise beyond their years, and they were creative, and they were free to just be who they were, and they were respectful. And we just thought, man, we see both sides here. We see these kids and we see these kids. And if the Lord blesses us with any children, I think we're going to go with the homeschooling. We know nothing about it, but this looks like good fruit. And so that's how we started. And so I couldn't wait. I mean, I had 7 years to wait for children, and then I couldn't wait to start schooling them because I did all this research. And so by the time my little ones I had 3 little ones when I first started, and they were 4 and 2 and a newborn, and I sat them in little desks and we started because I was so ready. Started kind of the wrong way, but I was ready to go. That's how we started. So maybe this whole idea of homeschooling has been sort of forced on you right now, but you're intrigued. I mean, you have your kids with you all the time now, and you're like intrigued, like, this is how they do it. I mean, this is what it feels like to have your kids home with you all the time. I want to share with you a picture here that you see. This is my daughter Hope, who is 15 now, and she just before this quarantine thing, we went on a field trip in Denver. We live in Colorado, and there's a place called iFly, and this is what you see here. And you can feel and experience jumping out of an airplane without having to jump out of the airplane. And so I kind of liken that to where some of you are at. It's like, wow, I have my kids at home right now. I've been pushed out of this airplane in public education, and now I'm free falling, and what do I do? And so what you see here also is that there's an expert holding on to Hope. Like, he gives her all the signals, and he's telling her what to do and how to do it, and he's there. And so I just want you to know that during this time, this is a time in history that God has given us, and he's resetting everything. And so maybe this is a good reset time for you to think about education with your kids. And just know that God is not going to let you go. He's going to hold on to you, and you'll never be alone, right? So here we are. Here's our family. And this picture was taken maybe let's see, 2 Christmases ago, about a year and a half ago. And these are our kids, and the young lady on the very right is our daughter-in-law, and she's married to the guy on the bottom right with the big beard. He's our oldest, and they have given me a grandchild, and I am just generational blessing of grandchildren is amazing. I had no idea. And it's one of the rewards of just pouring into your family, and you see generationally what goes on and what happens. And that was a surprising quote by Andrew about, you start homeschooling your grandchildren right now, something like that. And I was like, wow, really true, really true. You don't know the kids that are in your home, you're actually training them to train their children and their children. And the choices you make today are going to affect them and their children and their children. So homeschooling is a generational relationship building, disciple making, generational view of education. That's what it is. So what you're looking at here in this picture is almost the end result. Again, I have 5 or 6 more years to go. And it may not always be the easiest choice for us, but as other speakers said, sometimes the hard things give us the best end result. Oftentimes the easiest choice doesn't give us the same good result at the end. So we're looking for a generational godly heritage, and I believe home education gives us that. Kind of reminds me of a bike ride we went on once, that when we lived in California. So our two oldest boys were in college, and here we were, 6 kids still at home, and we're taking this bike ride, and it was amazing. It was beautiful. We were on the bike trail, and people pass us, and they're like nodding their head as they're counting, 1, 2, 3. And there's 8 of us, all on our bikes, all the way from the oldest to the youngest, and me in the back, holding up the little 4-year-old, and and it was a beautiful day. But what others didn't see or realize, and sometimes it's how we are with home education, is there was some preparation time. There was actually 4 hours of preparing for that bike ride, because every bike had to be fixed, had to be ready to go on a ride. We had attitudes that had to be fixed. We had, Dad had every kid next to him fixing their bike and making sure it was running properly and teaching them how to do it. And then we had the little 4-year-old learning how to take off his training wheels, using the screwdriver and everything. So there was a lot of preparation, but the end result was this contented, beautiful bike ride. And so, you might see some families that have been doing this for a while, and you see, wow, this is really good fruit. But you also have to know that there was some preparation time. There was some time where they have to work out the learning and the behavior and all the issues that go on at home. And you see that now when you have your kids home with you all the time. You're like, whoa, there's some character issues that we need to really work on right now. But the end result is going to be beautiful, godly character in those kids. And at home, one of our goals is that our children will grow in independence, and they'll grow in family, in the security of family. They can fall and they can fail, all in a safe place. And you can fall and fail in a safe place at home, because God is the author and the finisher, not only of our faith, but he's the author and finisher of everything we do. Even this homeschool venture, that he will be the author and finisher of, and we can trust him fully. He's the expert. He's got all the wisdom that we need for these kids, right? We don't have any. So I was thinking about how our society has failed in 3 areas: in faith, in family, and in freedom, and how homeschooling kind of solves those problems. And let me tell you what I mean by that. And so sort of the fail here in faith is that studies have shown, and there's a link there for you, studies have shown that 80 to 90% of children who are raised in good godly homes, evangelical homes, and yet are also raised by the government system, they come out at the end of it not retaining the faith of their family. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, you have these home educated students, and 80 to 90% of them retain their faith. So there's quite a difference there. And what is the risk we want to take, right? You have to decide, what risk am I going to take? Do I want to go for the 80 to 90% where they're going to walk away from the faith and the values of their family, and maybe even walk away from their family? Or are we going to go for the risk that 80 to 90% actually hold on to and retain the faith of their families? And again, these are both godly families. It's just, where are they putting their children for discipleship and training in life? The second area I think that society fails is look at the family today. Families are falling apart. I mean, even in the church, and it's the same statistics in the church as it is outside the church, and that shouldn't be. That's very sad. But this pandemic of families falling apart, I think, has only happened over these last, 100 years of this just splitting the family apart. You go here, you go there, we're going to segregate everybody. And there's so much stress put on the family. There's so little time to be together. It's just, there's no good fruit from it. So families give up, marriages give up. There's no strong commitment. There's nothing really going for it. It's just so much stress. And yet, if you look at the home educated family, you'll see that for the most part, they remain intact. They become stronger. They produce good fruit. There's something for them to look at that looks good. It's like, oh, this is working. Okay, we're going to continue to make this work. so that's a benefit of home education. Another thing is our society fails in freedom. What do I mean by that? Well, there's no freedom really for kids in the government system in spirit, soul, or body. They're told what to do, what to think, how to do it, where to sit, when to walk, when to sit, when to, what to learn, what not to learn, what to think, what not to think, and there's no freedom for them there. Although they tell them that they can be and do whatever they want, and yet they don't give them that freedom to do that. They are bound, they are caged, they're like stuck in the system that they have to spit out whatever is given to them, and so there's no real learning going on. But the win for freedom is in home education. These students are free from all these worldly pressures. They're free to be who God created them to be. So you think about, the home educated students, this quarantine time is doesn't represent home education because we're stuck at home, just like y'all. So, but normally we're out in society, we're doing community events, we're doing ministry opportunities, we're going to field trips, we have music class, we have art class, we have ballet, we've got theater, we've got Latin class, so many things for us to do. We're free from anybody else's expectations on us, and we are free to teach whatever it is that God has given us to teach. It's why we homeschool. That's one of the benefits of home education is freedom. It's no doubt about it. We have freedom, and let me just tell you a fail and a success right here in my own neighborhood. It's kind of sad. The failure is this: when we moved here, this young man, a neighbor of ours, he was in elementary school, and now he's gone up through 10th grade of high school. So in these four or 5 years, about 4 years, he has gone from he was the sweetest little guy. He was so respectful. He loved history. He loved science. He loved to come and tell me all the things he loved that he really learned on his own. He didn't learn these in school, and he was loving this. He was telling me about different wars, the Civil War, and he was so excited. And over these years, we have just watched him just turn into something totally different. This is a good, godly home, and yet, poor guy, he hates school. He can't stand it. He can't stand getting up to get to the bus at 7 in the morning, get home after 4:30. We live out in the middle of nowhere, so he has to be bused to school, right? And then if he has sports, he doesn't get home till 6:30 or so. He's like gone all day, and then homework. What is that? And so anyway, he has gone from this beautiful young man to something really. It's sad. We pray for him, and we're working with him the best we can. But there was a big change there, and it wasn't positive. And this is sometimes what happens in the public education system. So let me share with you a success. One of my, a lady I met at music class just recently, she said that she had just pulled her kids out of school and she was homeschooling them now. And she was just telling me all about all these benefits of like, man, you don't understand. My kids get along really well. I mean, they have time with each other, and all of a sudden they're not angry and stressed out, and we have a good relationship now, and they're just free to be who they want to be. They're like, get their work done, and they're very, so totally opposite of what was going on in the school system. They were under a lot of pressure, and these were just young ones. I think second grade was her oldest. And I got to talk to her. I said, you know what it is? It's freedom. It's freedom that her daughter was free from outward pressures, free from performance anxiety, free from bullies, free from expectations that didn't match her developmental stage, free from the disappointment of not pleasing her teacher or the other peers, free from being sat down and cooped up. She was free from all kinds of negative things in the public environment there. And because of the freedom of all those negative things, she was free now to learn and to create and to be and to explore and to have time with her siblings and to be herself and to be comfortable and to, eat when she was hungry, and just be, freedom. to live and move and have her being and be who God created her to be. So it's freedom. It's why we homeschool. You know, kids are free to thrive. They're free. It's funny. I got a text this week from a friend who moved away, and her daughter was in public school, and you know, now she's home, and she was saying how all of a sudden at home her daughter is getting like 90, 92, 95% on her homework, whereas when she was at school, she wasn't doing so well. She's doing 40s and stuff. And so the only difference is environment. The only difference was location, and because her daughter was free to be comfortable, free from distraction, free from anybody else's expectations, just free to be there with mom, and free to be tutored one-on-one. It was just, amazing that kids are able to thrive. One of the benefits is they're like in a greenhouse. I mean, it's like the difference between growing your seeds in a greenhouse, all protected, they have all the nourishment they need, all the sun they need, all the water they need, and they're going to thrive, they're going to grow. Or it's just throwing those seeds out to the wind and hoping that something good comes out of it, or, they're going to be eaten, the seed is going to be eaten by the birds, going to be choked out by the weeds, it's going to be stomped on, it's going to be useless. And there's such a difference in learning environment. So many benefits in home education. And you as a teacher, you are a teacher. You don't have to become a teacher. You are a teacher from birth. You've taught them so many things, and you are the best teacher for them. And you have freedom. You have freedom to teach in the way that it best suits you and best suits them together. It's going to be different for every single teacher and every single family because we are all different. And so some of us are going to have these beautiful learning environments, where the kids are just engaged in this environment, and some of us are going to be at the kitchen table, and it's going to work either way. Some of us are going to be able to teach unit studies or classical education, or some of us are going to do nature studies. It all works. It doesn't matter. We are free to teach in the way we want to teach, and share with our kids what we know. We can teach them cooking and carpentry and life skills and finances and just so many hobbies and so much that they can learn from us, right? And we can teach them the Word of God. We can give them the gospel every single day. Every single day we can share the gospel with our kids. We are free to do that. We're free to teach creation. We're free to teach God's glory in every subject. And that's a wonderful freedom. And I thank God every day that we still have that freedom. Even now, I am thankful and I'm praying that we will continue to keep that freedom. And the research, I think one of the other speakers talked about this research, National Home Education Research Institute, all the studies. Basically, it all says this, that no matter what your socioeconomic status is, no matter the education of the parent, whether it's a high school dropout to a college PhD, no matter how much finances are involved, whether you use a Bible in a library card or whether you spend a lot of money on curriculum, doesn't matter the curriculum used, the philosophy you use to teach, homeschoolers across the board are excelling their public school and private school peers, and they score higher on their SAT scores. They perform better in college. In fact, colleges are actively seeking out home educated students because it raises their GPA overall in their college. They want them. And then we have, you can go to the NARI's research fact sheet. If you have anybody, a spouse that needs the stats, go there and get the fact sheet on home education. If you want to know how homeschoolers fare after they've grown up, HSLDA has that. They're good citizens, they're involved in their communities, they're excellent employees, they're entrepreneurs. They're the most socialized and well-rounded individuals. Really, the stats are in. And why is this? Let me just tell you why this is. It's because most home educators live under this mentality of these are God's children and we are raising them for his purposes and for his glory, and God will bless that. It's a Matthew 6:33 idea that we are seeking first the kingdom of God in our education choices. We're seeking first his righteousness for our children, for his children, and all the rest is going to be provided for us. If we put God first, he will take care of the rest, and he will bless. He will bless those whose hearts are fully his. He strongly supports those whose hearts are fully his. You know, John Wesley said this, for those that educate us should imitate our guardian angels. They should suggest nothing to our minds but what is wise and holy. Help us to discover every false judgment of our minds and to subdue every wrong passion in our hearts. If your educational program right now is not doing this, is not sharing what is wise and holy and discovering what is false and subduing wrong passions, then there's something that needs to change in that choice. And I know that there are so many benefits of home education that I started to type up the benefits, and I got to 50, and I had to stop because my slide would only hold 50, but I could have kept going. And I'm going to read this to you, but please just know that you can email me, and I'll give you that email in a minute. You can email me all the benefits. Just email me, and I'll give you all of my slides, and you can have these 50 benefits of home education. Let me just read them real quick. It should only take me about 2 minutes if I go fast. The world is the home educator's schoolhouse. It is the greatest relationship building and bonding experience for life. Home education is a 24/7 mentoring and discipleship program. It provides an individualized education plan for each student. The student has the most knowledgeable and faithful teacher. The student receives one-on-one tutoring in all subjects. Homeschooling is an interconnected generational perspective. Homeschooling lays a strong faith and academic foundation for life. Children retain their innocence and wonder much longer. Children have freedom in spirit, soul, and body as they learn. Children can avoid indoctrination, propaganda, and social pressure. Children are free from unnecessary anxiety and stress. Teachers are free to teach Bible, creation science, and godly history. Teachers and students can pray together at any time for any reason. Teachers have time to answer questions and discuss topics thoroughly. Students are free to study a subject for as long and as deep as desired. Teachers and students enjoy a comfortable learning environment. Students have the best role models. Students have time to explore and create. Students have time for many electives, hobbies, and life skills. Teachers and students get enough sleep and healthy food. Teachers and students are free from busy work. Teachers and students are free from others' expectations. Teachers are free to create their own curriculum. Children are free to move ahead at their own pace. Children are free to take things slower and attain mastery. Children learn good morals and excellent character. Children learn how to serve others in their homes and communities. Children learn to be a part of a team with assigned chores. Children learn to be productive, caring, and involved citizens. Students participate in community events and ministry opportunities. Teachers know their students' learning styles. Students receive positive socialization in various settings and across ages. Students avoid harmful situations. Students continue their family's faith into adulthood. Students obtain good, wise friends. Students may participate in sports, music, art, drama, debate, and more. Teachers and students attend support groups, co-ops, and enrichment classes. Teachers and students enjoy myriads of field trips. Home-educated students are actively sought by universities. Home-educated students become successful employees or entrepreneurs. Special needs students thrive with therapies and individualized plans at home. Special needs educators monitor their food, their sensory issues, and their medications. Teachers understand their students' learning abilities and struggles. Students excel and surpass their peers across the board. And teachers have access to a myriad of resources, many which are free. Students have security and support from family and friends. Students learn grit, perseverance, goal setting, and good work ethics. Teachers and students have their state's support behind them. And students have their God and their parents for them and with them. Now, I could go on and on of the benefits of home education because it is blessed by God, because he's looking for a generational education program. Basically, the scriptures presuppose that parents are going to be teaching their children, and he says what to teach them. He says, teach them my ways, my words, my commands, and that is where success will happen. Psalm chapter 1 says, that if you meditate on the Word of God day and night, your way will be prosperous and successful. And that is what we are doing with and for our children. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Thank you, Deb. That's just wonderful. I love that list that you just rattled off. And I hope that all of you will email her for that, because that is something we need to really absorb. But what stands out to me is the freedom to thrive. I love that thought, Deb. So thank you so much for sharing with us tonight. It's been so encouraging, and we just love you. And I can't even believe we are at our last speaker of the night. Where has the evening gone? It's just been so fun and so encouraging. But we are at our last speaker, and I want to introduce Lee Morrison to you. Lee Morrison is the Special Relations Manager at schoolhouseteachers.com. Her desire is to equip kids and adults of all abilities to reach new heights in learning. Since 1994, Lee has been licensed in education and speech-language pathology and has worked with students across a variety of learning environments. She has been a local homeschool support group leader and active mentor. Lee and her husband, Chris, have 3 sons and 1 daughter-in-law. They will graduate their youngest from their homeschool next year. Lee, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, so this evening you've been filled with some really incredible messages of encouragement and wisdom. And at this point, you may be wondering, where do I start? I don't have hours to devote to creating lessons or the organizational skills to pull together everything my kids may need or want to learn. It's my pleasure to introduce you to schoolhouseteachers.com, which is the curriculum division of the old Schoolhouse. Launched in March 2012 with 7 lesson designers and a handful of courses, schoolhouseteachers.com now equips 9,000 families around the globe to educate their children at home, offering 475 unique courses provided by over 200 dedicated caring lesson designers and content providers. We titled this presentation Curriculum for a Month for a couple of reasons. First, whether you're planning to homeschool long-term or you feel like you only need resources for a month or so to finish out the academic year while traditional schools are closed, you'll find what you need for any age from preschool through high school, every subject, every grade, every student at schoolhouseteachers.com. Second, we're confident that a month is all you'll need to fall in love with the options we have available for your entire family. I'm going to give you just a glimpse this evening into the freedom, flexibility, foundation, fun, and friendly support you'll experience with schoolhouseteachers.com. Plus, you get to try it out for free for the next 3 months. So you've probably been reading and you've been hearing a lot about the freedom that this time now affords you for your family to just be together and to explore new interests. This page is what we call our quick links page. And as I scroll down here, you can see that we have a plethora of lessons and types of courses to choose from in all different subject areas. This page is the place where our members can go to pick up on their lessons once they have decided which courses they want to use. And I'm showing it to you here now just so you can kind of get a feel for just how much is really available here at schoolhouseteachers.com. See a ton of history, we go into language arts. There's just so much to choose from. Math from kindergarten all the way through pre-calculus and so on. Even a complete preschool program is available. So just as an example, if you want to explore in the area of creative arts, your child can explore this artistic side with everyday easels, which uses brief units to put art in the context of history, geography, science, and other subject areas. Or Let's Do Art Outside, which offers artistic challenges for younger students to create artwork out of natural objects. There's Introduction to Graphic Design, filmmaking, and photography, which offers still more ways for your children to create beautiful artwork. If your student doesn't prefer the visual arts, there are additional creative outlets available at schoolhouseteachers.com with courses like Simply Shakespeare, Introducing the Many Faces of Poetry, and even guitar. You'll find the same kind of variety in all the subject areas, including several unique electives and history themes. Schoolhouseteachers.com offers tremendous flexibility. Whether you decide that the writing course you choose isn't the right fit, the weather has changed and you want a science course that encourages activities outside, your child needs more or less challenge than is provided in the math level she's currently using, or you have regrets that you allowed your children to convince you that they're all naturals on the drums and all needed to start the beginner drum lessons right away. You have the option to change any course at any time and to individualize those choices to each child. We offer a full scope and sequence to provide guidance if you need it, or simply visit the grade level page you want and choose a different course. Since there are no limits with your membership and courses are self-paced, you can make adjustments in your plan as often as you need to. You can build a quality academic foundation for your child with schoolhouseteachers.com. Not only do we offer courses for every grade level and every core subject and content based on biblical principles, but members also have access to World Book Online, an educational video library of over 450 titles. And you can see they also cover all different subject areas, including even apologetics, several of the electives, foreign languages, even courses on marriage, missions, and seasonal courses. There's some great options on Easter that your family would enjoy. We also include focused learning centers. These are designed to help you teach those tough subjects, math, reading. We have the Literacy Center, which shows you how to teach your child to read in 101 simple steps and gives you all the steps and the materials to help you be successful. There are focused learning centers for other areas too, including meeting your child's special needs and guiding your teen for preparing for life after high school. You can even explore different career options, different methods of teaching, lots of hands-on activities. So these focused learning centers have been designed with you in mind to help you to meet your child's unique learning needs. Besides the freedom, flexibility, and foundation, schoolhouseteachers.com offers just plain fun. There are holiday and seasonal activities, Bible scavenger hunts, courses meant to be shared as a family, and you can even learn how to write and produce a play to create your own family production, complete with tips on everything from how to memorize lines to choosing props and creating simple set designs. Finally, schoolhouseteachers.com offers friendly support. Join the schoolhouseteachers.com Facebook community to interact with thousands of other parents who are currently or considering homeschooling as well as the Old Schoolhouse staff and several of our lesson designers. Live customer service representatives are available during business hours by clicking on the chat button at the bottom of the schoolhouseteachers.com site, or send a message any time of day and receive a response usually by the next business day. You can ask questions about the content at schoolhouseteachers.com or even where to start in homeschooling. Don't be afraid to reach out. Most of our customer service representatives are homeschool moms themselves, so they understand firsthand many of the questions you may have. We offer training tutorials, household organizational resources, and even an entire just for parents set of courses and ebooks, because we know that you have needs too. The country's in a state of change and uncertainty, but meeting children's educational needs doesn't have to be on the list of seemingly impossible challenges you face during this time. Homeschooling affords families opportunities to work, live, and play together in ways that meet the needs of each family member. And schoolhouseteachers.com is here to equip you with the tools and the resources to be successful, not just surviving homeschooling, but thriving as a family and as individuals. Try us out for free for the next 3 months and enjoy the journey together. We're here to help.
Thank you, Lee, for that great overview of schoolhouseteachers.com. It really is a great site, and we're so excited to be able to offer that free for the next 3 months for the attendees here at this webinar. So please take advantage of that. Be sure and get that special link and then put in that special code. And don't forget to claim your free magazine too. One other free item I want to tell you about real quick before we let you go. We have a free item new today on our site, and I want to tell you where it is. It's called What to Do for a Month at Home, and we have an infographic that is specifically for elementary age, and then we have a second one specifically for middle school and high school. You're going to want to check these out. Like I said, it's brand new on the site today. You all, as attendees of this webinar, are the first to know about it. So go to schoolhouseteachers.com. Look for the Start Here tab, and there you will find these resources, what to do for a month at home. So I hope you enjoy those resources. I think they're going to really add some fun to your family time and your homeschool in the next few weeks and months. So I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors, CTC Math and the Institute for Excellence in Writing. What a joy it was to hear from them tonight. Thank you to all of our speakers and staff. There's so many who work behind the scenes. I just want to say thank you to all of you. And thank you, attendees. Thank you for joining us tonight. Home education, you are qualified. So now we just get to it, right? Thank you again for joining us. We've enjoyed sharing the evening with you. God bless you and good night.